All right, what's up, guys? Looks like we're live. Welcome back to the stream. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but there we go. Turn the volume down a little bit. But guys, welcome back to day 82 of Vibe Coding an App Until I Make $1 million. So today we are going to be working actually like with a couple different things today. We're going to be using Cursor, Gemini 3 Pro, as well as I was using the Codex High Max. If you guys knew about this model, it did come out and I've been using it. I was using it last night. It's the extra high. And something that I was actually doing last night, so I ended up not being able to stream last night. As you guys know, I had to go to school, and then I ended up getting back late, so I worked, but I ended up just doing some like business-related things instead of vibe coding a lot and streaming. So one thing that I'll say is that last night, though, you know, before I went to bed, I gave these two Codex assistants here, these agents here, I told them, I said, hey, I want you to actually migrate this application over from Pages Router to then use App Router, because as you guys know, I've been like a very, very big user since maybe like 2023 of Next.js Pages Router. So I've become accustomed, let's say, to using Pages Router, but just recently, you know, people have been saying, hey, you should actually migrate that over to App Router, as you know, Pages Router is deprecated. Carter Sora, what's up? How's it going? Sori, what's up? Jesse Pinkman, what's up? How's it going? Smart Pixel, what's up? Yeah, Carter, this is this is the Codex Max. So yeah, it's this Max, like Max X High. I mean, look, it's crazy because, you know, OpenAI said they said that they would decrease the amount of models that they have for selection, but it's kind of funny because you go to Codex now and you literally have all these different models. But this is called GPT-5 Codex Max, and then you can do low, medium, high, or extra high. So these agents here have been working with extra high. And that's what I've been doing. Smart Pixel, I'm doing good. You know, something that's written up on the board today that I want to talk about before we dive too deep into it is, you know, I've written up here, obviously, work weekends. You guys know what that means. You know, I think that it's very important to take as minimal amounts of days off as you can. It's very important that you don't give in to this ideology that taking days off is a good thing, because it's not. So being able to work weekends and show up and make that additional progress, you know, I've been working since, you know, 8 a.m. this morning. So I had a couple things I was doing that caused me to delay the stream a little bit. But, you know, we've made a ton of progress this morning, and I'm going to get into it. But let me actually drop the link to the stream. Oren Dev, what's up? Droid Tech, good morning. How's it going? But welcome in, guys. Yeah, I'll do the poll in a second. But I will say, you know, I have been using this Gemini 3 Pro model a lot lately. And a lot of people, they've been saying, like, that the model isn't very good at back end, but it's really good at front end. And I haven't really, you know, talked about that too much, you know, because I've been kind of testing it out on different back end related things. But, you know, as I've gotten now used to the model, I can confirm that Gemini 3 Pro is not a great model with back-end development, okay? You're going to want to use a Claude model or a Codex model for back-end. I'm doing good, Carter. How are you? Mr. X said, I am with you until you make $1 million. I am working on it too. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Also, guys, if you were just tuning in, make sure that you like and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm about to make a poll. But today, I want to talk about goals today, and talk a little bit about what we're going to be working on today. So let me switch up the stream a little bit, But yeah, we're doing good today. You know, here's what we're looking at here. But let's, you know, write down a couple of the goals. And something that I am thinking about, guys, is you can see the revenue. And something that I will say is that we are starting to see a significant increase. And when I say significant, I mean like about 100% increase in website traffic and about 100% increase in signups. Now, I will also say that there has been more paying users. Now, what's frustrating is that I don't necessarily know where these paying users are actually coming from, which is a little bit frustrating. But, you know, I have started to see an uptick in the amount of people that are actually subscribing to ViewCreator. And I will say this, it is 100% because of ViewCreator 2.0. And, you know, this is a platform that as a content creator and as a brand, you know, I don't like to call myself a content creator, but in the end of the day, you know, I obviously have a pretty large audience that's very engaged. So if I want to, you know, say that, I would put myself in that category, right? And, you know, what's cool about what we're doing and what we're building is that because I have this platform and because I'm managing a brand, it gives me a unique perspective to know what's actually needed in the market. So, you know, for example, I want to be able to get to the point where ViewCreator is the only platform that I use to do all the marketing for BridgeMind, all the marketing for ViewCreator, all the marketing for maybe Vibe Academy when we launch Vibe Academy, all these things. That's what ViewCreator is going to transition into. And one thing that we're going to do, just like off rip today, is we actually are going to be revisiting the late API. And you know, this is something that you guys may say, whoa, the late API, what is that? And we're gonna get into it. But the late API, if you guys remember, late, and let me just pull it up here on stream. Smart Pixel, yeah. So we're gonna be taking a look at this late API and seeing if it's smart to potentially you know, get started on maybe a microservice that integrates this. Yeah. So, you know, let's, so I'm gonna go to late dev and I'm just gonna kind of show you guys. So this is the late dev. So it's a one API for posting and analytics on social media. And I will say, you know, this is something that we visited initially, right? And we said, we kind of decided against it because we were like, hey, you have vendor lock, you have, you know, all these different things, like, for example, maybe like, hey, you don't have necessarily the privacy, like you're not in control, you can't, you know, do X, Y, Z. But one thing that I've started to think about and start to think through is, you know, we have been rejected by Meta once. You know, we're waiting to hear back from TikTok and Meta again on our resubmissions. We've been accepted by YouTube, we've been accepted by X, and you know, I think that it is fair to say and kind of think about, hey, should we consider using late? And how hard would it be to actually spin up what's called a microservice to integrate late? Because, hey, with late, what we could potentially do is, as soon as we integrate with late, there is no waiting for ViewCreator 2.0. You know, like what we've been building, you know, if I go to ViewCreator, which, first of all, ViewCreator is just, it's really transformed. Over the past, you know, I don't know, X amount of days, but it really has taken off. Living room PC, what's up? W streamer, let's go. Definite Code said, I love the streams, helps me stay motivated, not watching slop on the side. Yeah. So, you know, I want to think about this because, you know, ViewCreator has come so far, and what I'm seeing is that there is a lot of demand in the market for a tool like this. And we have built a pretty good tool so far. And kind of what I'm considering is, hey, if we did integrate with late, yes, there would be this aspect of vendor lock, but I will say, you know, it would not be bad to say, I mean, look at this. We could just start out with, you know, like this here, like we could do build or we could do accelerate. It wouldn't be that bad. I mean, with unlimited, if we switch to this, it is $999 a month. But hey, that's actually not that bad in the context of, you know, how much this is going to be driving, in my opinion. You know, I'm starting to think, hey, you know, Cams, what's up? You know, did we make the right decision by integrating directly? And the thing is, if we had integrated with late, we would have already had access to all these different platforms, right? So this is potentially a mistake that we made, you know, because we kind of decided that as a community, we said, hey, we're gonna try and get verified for each platform. And what I'm noticing now is I'm like, hey, we got rejected by Meta once. You know, we could get rejected again. Do we want to spin up a late microservice that is the complete connection point for this? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, chat. Cincos said, how much have you spent on model cost subscriptions so far? I spent about, like, for example, last month, I spent about $600 a month. That's where I'm at right now. About $600 a month on AI. But, you know, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. Because, hey, with late, I mean, try AI clipping. I mean, late even has, like, all plans include 5 AI clipped videos per month with a watermark, upgrade to the no water add-on, $10 a month for unlimited professional clips. So look at this, guys. You know, late even has, let's just watch this.
Hello everyone, it's Carol from Late, and today we're launching something really exciting inside Late. We just released AI clipping, a brand new feature that turns your long videos into social ready clips.
So hold on, let's see the demo here.
We'll now see
Because, you know, they could have...
That's where AI clipping lives. You've got two options here. You can upload a video directly from...
How good are the
Your
clips?
clips will include a late watermark. If you upgrade, you will be able to remove the watermark and process more videos every month. Let's talk about the pricing and plans and see how it works.
I mean, they even have like an AI clipping endpoint, you know. Yvonne said, I think using one API will change a lot and will track more users when all things are working. Yeah. Warren Dev said, start with the accelerate plan, and when you see a lot of people use this option, change it to unlimited. When you start making more money, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to decide. I mean, I do want to look at the documentation, you know. Yeah. WDM, what's up? So I just want to take a look at this. Also, another goal today is, like I mentioned, I did change. So as you guys know, Next.js 16 did come out. I wanted to wait until they had maybe like a few additional versions before I switched over. But you know, I did do that last night with these Codex Max agents. If I switch back over here, you know, we were using this and we're finishing this up here. So we're migrating. For the second goal today is to finish the migration, finish Next.js migration. So finish the Next.js migrations. And then also one thing that I want to take a look at today is I want to look at the concept of building what I'm going to be referring to as a content bank inside of ViewCreator. So this is an idea that I had where, you know, right now we have this logic of creating, okay? And I'm actually going to move the desk down here so we can kind of get into this and lock in a little bit. But we have this context of creating, okay? And with creating, like if I go over to ViewCreator here, you can go to create, right? And in this flow, you're able to upload. Let's say I select Facebook, I continue to publish. You're able to upload your media and you're able to generate with AI. And, oh, sorry, you guys can't see this. So if I go to create, let me go through that again. So if I go to create, I select this, I go here, I click continue to publish. I can upload, and then I can also, you know, generate with AI. And ultimately, we probably want an option so that users are able to like curate a content bank and then post from the content bank. So let's say that instead of doing it all at once, you know, there would be a content bank where you could maybe upload things inside of ViewCreator and then be able to publish there, just make the flow a little bit easier. But I will say, guys, you know, we're also going to be spending some time on marketing today. So I actually figured, and big shout out to WDN. This is, you know, things are getting better and better every day. But, you know, as you guys know, I have this like stream deck. And what's cool about this stream deck is just by like clicking this, I can change the camera angle, right? And this is really nice. And one thing that I realized is that I can actually record like videos while I'm on stream. So by clicking this button here, I can like start recording. And then once I click this button, it then stops recording. And instead of having to like, whenever I'm trying to record demos, literally stop the stream or go back and crop it, I can instead like do a demo, and then I can, you know, do this recording feature so that after the demo's done, I just click that button and then I have a complete demo, which is pretty nice. So, Dan said that I'll hop on the next stream if NS won't, yeah. Hubertus said, I think this is a big core decision. The cost rate and the dependency might be a crucial point for any decision. Yeah, the vendor lock would be, you know, I don't want to be impatient. I mean, I think that you know, we do have, there is like a little bit of the sunk cost fallacy there. Yusuf said, are you using Cursor now? Yeah, I use Cursor. Cursor is definitely my main. You know, but with Late, you can do X, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and then you have Threads, Reddit, Pinterest, and then Blue Sky. I think that the ones that, like as a content creator, as a brand, when I'm trying to grow my platforms, really the only 5 that I do worry about personally. I mean, you could maybe add LinkedIn, but the big 5 are X, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. So I think that one thing that we have to decide is, we are pending, and I'll just, pull up what I'm looking at. And this is why it's like, I don't like stuff like this when you have to kind of like be reliant on a third party for verification, because you have to play by their rules, right? So, I'll just show this to you guys. So this is what we're waiting on over with TikTok. This is what I see. So I did submit for TikTok, right? And check this out. So this version of ViewCreator is in review. There may be a delay in the app review process due to a high volume of requests. We appreciate your patience as we work on reviewing your apps. So, I will say the one thing when deciding whether or not we should pivot to late, I will say this, we already have come this far. I've already put all the time into making these demo videos. I've already put all the time into actually like the entire back end of ViewCreator works with these different APIs. So we have already created a system. So I think we have to ask ourselves, is it worth it to potentially pivot before we get rejected again, or should we just wait, and if we get another rejection, maybe try one more time, and then if we get another rejection, then say, okay, we need to pivot, and we need to look into late, because this is just taking too long. But I would say I'm leaning towards let's wait till we hear back, because we are pending verification right now. So, for example, if we did get verified by TikTok, things would change, right? We'd be singing a whole different tune, because we got verified. Cam said I was trying to use Cursor, upgraded, and it didn't work. The AI chat kept erroring. Connection failed. If the problem persists, please check your internet connection or VPN, if anyone knows. Yeah, that sometimes has been an issue for me. Danny said I missed the first part. What's the value prop on the switch to late that is giving you pause? Well, with late, we can integrate with it and immediately have the connection to all of these different social media integrations, right? And we don't have to then worry about, doing the demo videos and getting verified ourselves. I will say though, then we're relying on a third-party API. We're spending $1,000 a month. So I am probably, just as I'm processing it out loud with everybody, just, I'm letting you guys know that this is definitely something that's ruminating in the back of my mind of, hey, if we can't get approved, it's going to be a pretty big issue, right? So I just don't like the thought of having to rely on the meta verification process or the TikTok verification process, which is holding us back from like pushing out ViewCreator 2.0. But with that being said, I could totally change my tune here in the upcoming week if, for example, we did get verified and then everything was good, right? We'd be totally singing a different tune. So just kind of interesting. Aperium, how's it going? Welcome. I'm doing good. How are you? Yusuf said Cursor and Answer Gravity need to add temperature function because I used Google AI Studio to get design ideas because I got created such gorgeous test sites. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, let's continue. So I'm gonna continue with this refactor. We're not gonna make any Brother Codes. Okay, shout out to Brother Codes, because Brother Codes has actually been somebody that's kind of been giving me a decent amount of advice on this, because he has gone through these processes. So he said that you can get approved, it just takes a little time. Yeah, so Brother Code's like, how confident would you feel? I did the meta verification, I submitted it for the second time. So the question is, should I just not be worried about it and just say, hey, let's wait till we hear back and we can pivot from there? But, I guess the vendor lock is a thing, to WDN's point. Yeah. Mati Jr. said, do you prefer the new Codex 5.1 Max or Gemini 3.0 Pro? So, yeah, I mean, after, having Gemini 3.0 Pro for like a week and a half now, or whatever, 5 days, whatever it's been, I will say it is an incredible UI model. It is very, very superior to any model at UI. Like, for example, check this out. I actually redesigned the Spark page. So, I was working this morning and I had Google Gemini 3.0. I had it redesign our View Spark page. So, okay, we need to fix this. Yeah, so we're gonna have a couple issues as we're migrating. Yeah, we're doing some migrations. Jesse, yeah. Dan said also doing some early tests with the new debug mode. Yeah, that's it with the new Cursor 2.0, right? Or what do you mean? Cursor like 2.1 is what it's 2.1. I don't know if you guys updated or not, but Cursor 2.1 is out. It's like a couple improvements there. But yeah, I have Next.js 16 now, so we'll kind of see how this. Brother Code said it took me 10 times to get approved, not going to lie, but it was because I wasn't showing the login flow where a user accepts the scopes in every video. Okay. Yeah, that seems like that was the biggest issue in the last submission that we did. You know, we'll see. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that it could change so fast if we do get approved. And, you know, we're pending verification right now. You know, it's the weekend. I don't know if they work on the weekends or do the verification process on the weekends, but we probably will find out early next week. It's just hard because I want to market this so bad. And the product is just a little bit incomplete without the ability to post on TikTok, right? So, you know, just definitely something that I have in the back of my mind. Dan said agent plan debug asks entire new mode to mess around with for dedicated bug finding, different from agent review. Okay. That's not the Gemini CLI, it's the Codex. Daxman said, I would like to ask what AI model you use. Personally, I prefer Composer 1 as I think it's the best choice, but when it comes to design, I prefer to use Gemini 3 Pro. Yeah, Gemini 3 Pro is the best for design now. Composer 1 is like good for simple fixes that you want to do quickly. But let's see here. I want to work on this content bank a little bit. But also, there was a bug the other day that I want to show you guys. So watch this. So when we are posting to Instagram, I want to show you guys a quick flow, okay? So I go to Codex Socials here. You guys can see that I have these Instagram accounts connected. So all I have to do is go over to Profiles. And in Profiles, I can select BridgeMind, and I can connect the BridgeMind Instagram account. The BridgeMind YouTube account is already connected, and the BridgeMind X account is already connected. So I can click Save here, and then I can go back over to Create. So when I click here, oh, it looks like we're going to have to reconnect YouTube here. Okay, hold on. Mr. Sis, we're talking about ViewCreator. You may be thinking about Vibecademy or something. But yeah, we're talking about ViewCreator because with ViewCreator, you're able to... Man, that's annoying. With ViewCreator, we're going through a verification process where we have to get verified by the different social media APIs so that we can do like content and scheduled posting from ViewCreator to the other platforms. Let's see what's going on here. So like one thing for, just as an example, like one way when I will use Composer 1 is like for Webpack issues like this one. So I'll just launch Composer 1 here because it is able to solve these issues very fast. So I'll just say fix this and do an @ for ViewCreator UI. And that's going to be able to fix that. But yeah, I did. So now I'm on Next.js 16.0.3, and I also migrated to App Router from Pages Router. So I've always been like a Pages Router person just because that's what I'm familiar with developing. But Pages Router at this point is it is deprecated. So if you are on Pages Router still, you probably should move away from that. And that's the reason why I switched. But Imperium said, is it good Gemini 3.0 for UI? Yeah, Gemini 3.0 is very, very good for UI. Yamani, I have not fixed the issues that you sent. I'm actually probably going to work on them on stream today, so I appreciate you for finding those bugs. Mr. says, actually, X is the easiest. It's expensive, but it's actually the easiest to connect with, believe it or not. Fix this. Because with X, how it works is you pretty much just pay $200, or there are like additional things that you can do. But for X, it's more of like, hey, you pay up front. We hit a snag. Oh my gosh. Fix this. Texas. Okay, thank you, Whisperflow. Fix this. Guys, one thing I will say is I did not get a lot of sleep last night, so... It's Danny said, I left a comment on your anti-gravity vid about the in-app browser view. Press Command-Shift-P and then type simple browser show and input your local host URL to see your website within anti-gravity. Oh, that's cool. Appreciate that. All right, there we go. All right, so we got through that. So this is now on Next.js 16. I hope I don't have like a bunch of legacy issues, but if I do, it's all right. But let's actually get authenticated here. All right, so I'm going to show you guys how you actually connect. So let's actually make a demo video right now, because the more that we can actually market and the more that we can create long form demos that we can then crop and get into like short form clips for TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. Like that's a big way that you market now, is that you basically have like multiple different social media accounts. And then what you can do is you can hook them up to ViewCreator, for instance, and then you can post them from ViewCreator. The issue is that right now, we're still going through the verification process. So, like for me, for example, I want to be able to cancel my Hootsuite subscription, which is, what is a great platform. Hootsuite is a great platform. So Hootsuite, for example, you can do that, right? Like I can go to post and I can connect. Like here are all my connected TikToks, my Instagram, my Twitter, my Facebook. And what's crazy is that this platform, like once we actually do get accepted, I think that we will be a very, very formidable competitor to Hootsuite. We just have to get verified, right? And that's like the frustrating part, is that we have to get verified. And Hootsuite, like guys, check this out. Hootsuite 2025 revenue. Watch this, guys. So their revenue is not definitively published, but estimates for late 2024 and early 2025 range from 315 million to 350 million. So, that just goes to show like how much demand there actually is for a product like ours. And, I am seeing that uptrend now with ViewCreator 2.0 and some of the marketing that we've been doing. So I'm very excited to get accepted, but I want to go over to Connect Socials here. And you guys can see that we're going to have to connect some of these accounts. So what's cool is that because I have them connected, like let me do the YouTube, and then we're going to connect BridgeMind here. So I'm going to click BridgeMind. I'm going to do select all here, continue, and whoa. What is going on here? All right, so I did make some updates last night. So it looks like we have an error with, looks like there's some sort of, what is going on here? Oh, cursor, come on. There we go. All right, what is going on in the API? Okay, there was like too many requests. You guys see the throttler here? So I did put what's just called an entitlements on this, and it was one of these, I think it was this one right here. Or no, it was this one here. Yeah, it was this. I am now having an error when I am connecting accounts, as when I get redirected, there was some type of infinite loop, and then I got throttled when I was trying to connect an account. Can you identify what is causing this? So what's happening here is there's like some type of infinite loop here. So let's do this and figure out, hey, what is happening here? Background JS, jeez. This was not happening before you made your updates, so identify what you updated that caused this to happen and then fix it. And this is using the new GPT-5 Codex Max. So what I have found is that this is a pretty capable model for backend development. So Smart Pixel Studio said, you're really talented. ViewCreator looks amazing in all of its features. Thank you, man. Yeah. VC said the Hootsuite CEO drives a Lamborghini Urus. Is that true? That's funny. Rob said Gemini Pro can't even start my Android emulator and find my JDK. Sonnet just gets it right a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Dan, I'm trying to compete with Hootsuite. So Prana, I'm using Hootsuite because, and this is the very, very interesting thing that I want to share, is because, I do have quite an interesting view of this market, right? Because as you guys know, I have found quite a lot of success on social media and growing a platform. Like, as you guys know, obviously, we've grown a platform here with BridgeMind, and now, with the understanding that I have of growing a platform on social media, one of the biggest things is consistency. Like, for example, if I just disappeared, right, for like a week from Bridgemind, I would get hurt really bad, because let's say that 75% of you would stay with it. Maybe 25% of the people that are watching right now, or that watch the videos in general, are like new. And let's say that I took a week off from posting, I would lose that 25%. So I would keep the 75% that are like, you know, OGs that are loyal, but I would lose the 25%. So one thing that's very, very critical whenever you're marketing on social media is you have to be consistent. So one thing with ViewCreator is that, you know, especially, I don't know if you guys saw the new Nano Banana Pro model, but this new Nano Banana Pro model is very, very powerful. And I'm actually going to be going over that in this video, because I think that we're going to be able to make some really good demo videos today. And it's going to go into that context of a marketing bank, or not a marketing bank, but a content bank. So what I want to be able to do, okay, it said guarded plan fetching only when authenticated. Okay, tying the multi-account, okay. Okay, so let's see if that actually fixed it. Also, guys, if you are watching, you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live pretty much every day. I mean, you guys know. I would say pretty much every day. All right, so let's go to manage. So it did connect it, right? And this was an issue. So last Mr. says, so yeah, I mean, trust me, this is gonna be able to scale. It's not the web layer. We have a ECS. We're using ECS and a Dockerized container, so it'll be able to scale. We have auto scaling set up, and you're using Fargate and ECS, so it'll be able to scale. So let's try this again. You know, I'm gonna go back here. Are we gonna get that same issue? Looks like we're still getting that issue. And what's even happening is just hammering some endpoint. I'm still getting the same issue, and let me explain to you exactly what's happening. After I connect an account, I get redirected back, and then it just constantly says YouTube account connected successfully, YouTube account connected successfully, and it says loading accounts, but there's some type of infinite loop that's happening, and I need you to identify what it actually is. So the reason that this happened is because, I mean, I'm getting throttled. There's just some sort of infinite loop that's going on here. No, I actually don't have any college degree as of right now. School is a joke. College degrees don't matter in 2025. Let's go, Prana. All right, so, you know, one thing that we did is check out this new Spark UI. So I go to Spark. This actually looks really, really good now. This kind of looks like chat. Hold on, you guys gotta see this. Let me try on dark mode here. It looks really good. And this was what Gemini 3.0 did in one shot. Linux said school is a bad place for smart people. Yeah. Speaking of which, we actually need to revisit some of the logic with Spark here. So I'm going to use Codex here. Review the logic pertaining to ViewSpark and review it in complete depth. I want to update the logic associated with Spark so that it moves from using OpenAI to OpenRouter. And I want users to be able to adjust what model in OpenRouter it's actually using, allow them to use the following models inside of ViewSpark, and allow them to select which model they actually want to use. And note that using different models should cost a different number of credits based off of how much that model costs and how much the tokens they are using. Also, right now, there are certain limits of how many tokens or how many characters they are able to submit inside of a ViewSpark prompt. I need you to help me build a better system for this. Review the logic in complete depth right now and how it works, and help me make updates. Also, allow users to attach more files than just, for example, image files. Allow them to attach PDFs, allow them to attach TXT files, allow them to attach images. Review in complete depth and come up with a better system for ViewSpark or Spark. All right, and then that's using, you know, this GPT-5 Codex Max High. max, well, technically max X high, so that's a mouthful, but yeah. Smart Pixel said, I'm also vibe coding my prototype app that I might soon get to Firebase for backend. For now, I'm focused on front end. Nice, yeah, keep going, man. And Ricky, I would definitely suggest using Gemini for sure. Gemini, I've never had a model that has been better at UI than Gemini. At this point, I would not recommend using any other model than Gemini for your user interface. You could argue that it's not that good at backend. I would agree. That there is some truth to that. But then one thing I'd also say is just be mindful of how good it is on the front end. It is very, very good. So, all right, there we go. So that was able to fix it. All right, so this is what, a 3-shot with extra high? No, I don't use, there's really no need for tracer anymore with like cursor. Like, it's just interesting. I would be, if you guys are building, this space is getting so flooded. Because, think about it, anti-gravity, you have cursor, people that do these extensions, like, for example, Tracer, I don't know, I mean, maybe Tracer's raising a bunch of money, and maybe you guys use Tracer, but in my opinion, hey, if you're using Cursor, people that use Cursor now are just natively going to use the Cursor plan mode, right? They kind of wiped out the need for it. But guys, so something I want to show you now is if I go over to Connect Socials, and I'm actually going to make a video. So guys, say what's up to YouTube, because we're going to make a demo video right now it's just going to be a marketing video for ViewCreator. So I'm gonna here. Let's move up the desk. So drop some W's in the chat, guys. We're gonna make a quick demo video just of connecting and posting, and kind of we're not gonna draw a bunch of attention to it, but there is a bug that we have on publishing, and we're gonna kind of think through maybe we could build a better job system. But drop some W's in the chat. Say what's up to YouTube, because we're about to make a demo video. Also, guys, just as before we do that, a quick reminder is that we do have the event coming up tomorrow. If you guys want to share your projects, at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, we are doing the project sharing inside the Discord. So I just dropped a link to our Discord channel inside of the chat. It's totally free to join. There's not even any like paid subscription or anything. We just want to grow the community. So if you guys want to share your projects, feel free to do that. But yeah, let's just do a quick demo video. In 3, 2, 1, and let's go. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how I connect my different social media accounts inside of ViewCreator so that I'm able to post multiple types of content to multiple different platforms, all from the same place, which is ViewCreator. So right now, as you can see, I'm in my ViewCreator dashboard, and all I have to do is go over to Profiles. And over in the profiles page, I'm able to select the different profiles that are attached to my ViewCreator account. The one that we're going to be using today is this BridgeMind account. So all I have to do is scroll down, and I can add the different connected accounts to connect to this brand profile. So you can see I have my X account connected, I have my Instagram account connected, and I have my YouTube account connected. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to save these changes, and I'm going to head over to the Create dashboard. And over here, I'm now able to actually curate and upload a short video, a long video, a multi-image post, a single image, or text only. Today, we're going to be doing a short video, and I'm going to be selecting all 3. So we're going to be posting this to X, we're going to be posting it to YouTube, and we're going to be posting it to Instagram. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over, and I'm actually going to find the clip that I want to use to actually upload. And you can generate AI inside of ViewCreator. So for example, if you wanted to just create a bunch of AI videos, if you're an AI creator, you can also do that natively inside of ViewCreator. We have text to video as well as image to video. But with that being said, I do have our video ready over here. As you guys can see, it's downloading. So I'm just going to drag and drop this over here. Here's my 9:16 short video. And what's nice is I can actually generate all the captions, the YouTube title and description, the tags. I can generate all of this with AI. I can select the tone. So I'm going to select professional. And when I click generate with AI, what it actually does is it uses the voice of the brand profile that you created. So what's really nice is it's able to actually create a comprehensive caption in seconds based off of what you've set up. So as you can see here, it knows what BridgeMind is, and it creates a really good caption, title, and description based off of what BridgeMind actually is. That is full of keywords, that has nice tags, and is ready to go. So now all I have to do is go up and click publish, and it's going to be able to upload this media, and what you're going to see is it's going to redirect us here in a second, and it's actually going to be able to publish all of these posts on these 3 separate channels, all from the same place. So you can get started with ViewCreator for free. There's also a pro plan if you want to connect up to 5 social media accounts. But ViewCreator is just a great way if you're a content creator or a brand to be able to manage your different social media accounts and post from one place to all of the different social medias that you manage. So with that being said, I would recommend getting a ViewCreator account, going to viewcreator.ai and signing up for free today. And this is just a short demo on how you do that from ViewCreator. All right, so, the demos don't have to be perfect. What I found is that a lot of times shorts end up going a lot further than like long form content. But like this is one thing that I want to look at today. Like when you click upload, it should be an immediate redirect to like the publish page. So Droid Tech said, I have my name as Bridgemine Darius on the Discord server, but Jesse Bankman sees this as a problem. What do you think? I'll change it if you think it's an issue, but I feel, we were talking as a group. I'll get back to you that on Discord, but I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. We were talking about it as a mod group though. Prat said, Vibe coders are the next millionaires, software engineers are the next jobless people. I mean, yeah, what is going on here though with this upload? What is am I throttled or something, like without knowing? So credits deducted. So like if I go to YouTube right now, is it posted? Or let's go to X, right? Because we did X. So it's not on X. It's on YouTube. Yeah. Let's go here. 7,878 subs, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. But let's go here and go to shorts. Yeah, so this must be a new issue. I did make some changes, so let's tend to this. So yeah, I definitely don't like that. So let's open up Cursor and kind of get to the bottom of this here. I just don't like that there weren't even too many requests. Okay. Okay, so let's go to ViewCreator Creator UI. And I actually have to kind of relearn the app router. I'm not super familiar with the app router, but it's under Create here. So Create. So I need to go here. And I'm going to use... I mean, it may be smart to actually use Codex Max. Miss Milani, welcome. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do an in-depth review of this page and note that when I click publish, it needs to actually publish the posts or create the batch processing system where those posts are getting started to be uploaded to their respective platforms. Review the backend in the ViewCreator API and identify why this is not happening, as when I click publish, it should be redirecting me to the publishing page where I can watch those jobs being completed. Yeah, so I mean, when I click publish, it really does. I mean, it's stuck uploading. Right now, it is stuck uploading, and it never redirects to the publishing page. Yeah, it went okay yesterday. All right. So it's this publishing page here. And then I'm going to add ViewCreator API. And I'm going to use Composer 1 for this because this really should be a pretty simple fix. So I'm going to use Composer 1. And the thing about Composer 1 is that you can, you're able to iterate so quickly that sometimes, even though Composer 1 may be a less intelligent model, you're able to iterate quickly to be able to get past, one error and get to the next. So refactoring the immediate publishing flow to use the multi-platform service and fix the redirect issue. So, in my opinion, because I know that we've had this working before, this should be working, right? So, okay. So let's see here. Let's refresh and try that again. So bridge mine profile, short video. We'll do these three. Continue to publish. Drag and drop. Create with AI. Casual. Caption generated. Publish. So I want it to redirect immediately. Once I click that button, it should be redirecting to the publishing page where I can watch it as it goes through the publishing process. And I just don't understand why it's not doing that. I mean, let's open up console logs. Yeah, maybe we should use ChatGPT Max. Let's launch it. So let's literally launch Codex. And let's give it the same exact prompt that we gave to Composer 1. So we're going to roll this back. We're going to roll the changes back. And we're just going to drop the same exact prompt into Codex Max here. Nice. Okay, so let's see how this is able to do. Yeah, so WDan said that Composer 1 is like getting 10 free throws. Frontier models are like getting 2 in the same period. Yeah. Do an in-depth review of the site and identify places where there are incomplete things. For example, on the home page, there is a section that says activity graph visualization as a placeholder, but we actually need to fill in these placeholders as the site is now live, and we need to find places like this where we need to actually polish up the logic to make sure that it is a completed site. Identify areas of the site like this and list them out, and then create a plan on fixing them to make sure that they are complete. Okay. Can you review in depth the logic of publishing to the different platforms? So for example, on the create page, how this is intended to work is that users are able to publish to multiple platforms from one place, right? So for example, there are a couple places or things that overlap. One would be how the caption field can overlap with the Instagram, Facebook, TikTok description field, if that makes sense. But when users click that publish button, it needs to actually, enqueue the publishing system so that those posts are published, and it needs to immediately redirect to the publishing page where the user can actually watch those jobs to be published. I don't want them just waiting on the create page as they wait for that to load. Once they click that publish button, they should be able to close their browser and not even worry about it anymore. Like, these need to be jobs instead of it being this long system that's drawn out. Review this in complete depth and create a plan how we can update our system to make sure that this is the reality of the system, where users are able to publish from the create page to multiple different platforms at once based on what they've selected in the create wizard. So for example, they select which platforms they want to publish to, and we should be able to handle this on our end. I need you to do a complete in-depth review of the existing system and then create a README file on a plan that we can use to then update and to get the required specs that I've detailed to you. Dorytech said, why do you have 6 open at once? I just like to be able to work on these at once. Move forward with updating this and completing each of these. Yeah, anti-gravity is not usable right now. All right, let's see here. Move forward with your updates. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Also, there's a Discord link pinned in the chat because if you guys haven't already joined, I would suggest it because tomorrow we are having a project sharing event. So you guys can come up on a stage that we're having, and you guys can actually present your projects, get feedback from the community. And the Bridgemine community is ultimately a vibe coding builder community. So it's filled of people that are hardworking. A lot of founders, a lot of builders. There's a lot of you guys that I know that are very, very talented. So if you want to be a part of that community, it's totally free to join. I'm not trying to make money off you guys. I just want to build the community. So I would definitely suggest joining. I think there's 883 members. So we're trying to get to 1,000 by the end of the year. Perplexity. I'm wanting to create a system where we use YT-DLP so that users are able to upload a link to a YouTube video or some other video platform, and it's able to download the video and create short form AI clips from the long form video. There also needs to be the ability for users to be able to upload their own local video. What would be the best microservice framework to use for this, as YT-DLP is a Python package, right? So what would be the best framework to use for a microservice that does this? Yeah, I think 1,000 before New Year's is definitely doable. Prana said it would be great if ViewCreator could include built-in video editing features such as trimming, adding text, and creating real-style clips so users don't need to rely on external tools like CapCut. Yeah, I think ultimately that's the way things are probably headed. For right now, I think for MVP, the biggest thing is to just make sure that we have this functionality polished up where users are actually able to publish. And that is a little bit concerning that that's not working right now. It was working the other day, so there must have been something that I did that threw it off. But this one's, I think it'll be pretty quick here to fix that. Tiananmen Square said, for the CLI AI agents, which one has worked the best for you overall? OpenAI, Claude, thank you. Yeah, so the one that has worked best for me has definitely been OpenAI. You know, the Codex agents run for longer, but they ultimately, like, they are very good at one-shotting is what I found. So I recommend OpenAI Codex. Data personal efficiency, what's up? Continue. I hope that lag is only on my end. Why is it taking so long to load this? Godspell, we deprecated goalposts. We didn't give up on it. I wouldn't call it give up. I mean, we haven't worked on that in like 60 days, so maybe even more, 70 days. I think every project that we've worked on will end up coming back into the fold at some point. But you know, if we want to make $1 million, we're gonna have to do something big, and ViewCreator is that big thing, not a goal app. There's a million of those. There's nothing wrong with pivoting. Okay, so let's see if before we throw this, let's test the create flow. I want to test it. Let's go here. So let's go to create. We did just have that agent finish, so all right. So when I click publish, it needs to be an immediate redirect to the publishing page, and then it needs to show the jobs being published. So uploading media, and then it through this issue here. When I clicked publish, I got this error. Fix this. I'll check that out, data personal efficiency. So let's select these. network error. Oh, yeah. So that's this agent here that's causing those network errors. Some pull-ups. All right, guys, let's hit some push-ups. Let's go. Let's go. We still need the we need a pull-up. We need a pull-up bar in here or something. All right. All right. So let's see how this one's doing. I don't think that we need to submit this just yet. Continue. So I have like a huge refactor going on here. But you know what I don't understand? I guess that was faster. Okay. Was that a... Okay, this is what I don't understand, guys. Is it because it's an npm run dev? So, okay, maybe somebody can help me understand this. So I was using pages router and like very minimal server-side rendering, like none. But now I'm using app router, using more server-side rendering, and now I'm having like speed issues. Look at blog. Like 2 seconds to load. I hope that's 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds article not found. That's why I hate server-side rendering, is I can never seem to get it right. Smart Pixel said, just by looking at your product, I'm impressed by what it can do. Most AI products can't come close to this. Thank you, man. Yeah. All right, is this working now? Looks like we still have a couple errors here. 4 errors. And it's this agent that's working on it, so we have to let it finish. Looks like it's almost done. It's testing things. Yvonne, I'm probably not going to use late. I think we should... Yeah, I think we should wait until we get another rejection. Okay, Yvonne. Yeah, because, you know, but for example, you know, let's stop this, right? And let's do an npm run build, right? If I run that and then run npm run start, is it gonna be fast? Okay, Sorry said just add the prefetch prop on the link tag. Maybe somebody has a better solution though. I don't know. What's that? That's interesting. What does this mean? All right. So that was able to run properly, which is nice. The build's running. All right. So what prefetch does? So Next.js prefetches internal links. Shoot. Is it already building it? I didn't even ask it to. Okay, so it prefetches internal links when they enter the viewport, disables prefetching for that link, explicitly enables prefetching when to disable prefetch, external links, social media, low priority links. It says to not use it in a lot of places. Added prefetch false to all footer links in the website layout. That's interesting. So it's removing them. All right, let's see if after I've run npm run build, if it goes faster, right? Yeah, it's pretty fast. Dang. That is snappy. You guys see how snappy that is? All right, need to fix that. So let's run dev. Yeah, pretty snappy. Okay, increase the bundle size. Okay, gotcha, Droid Tech. Smart Pickle said on the landing page of ViewCreator, the percentage of saved hours and other two. How do you update them in real time, or does the AI handle that? The AI handles it. Okay. All right, one issue. Fix this. Fix this. All right, so this is now done. So there were a couple back-end errors that we had, if you guys remember. Oh, wow. So this is something to note about Codex that I do notice and that I find a lot, is that what Codex will do is it'll work for a long time, but it's able to clean up a lot. Like, for example, it found the errors associated with the Nest build, right? And it was able to fix those before I even, I didn't even have to go back through and ask it to. So, that's just one very interesting thing to note about Codex, is that, it does think for a long time, but, it does do a pretty good job, guys, on being able to actually update things the correct way. All right. So redirect immediately. Come on. After it does uploading, it should go, boom, redirect, publishing. Come on. It's not doing it, guys. It's a shame. All right, so that means I am going to submit this prompt here. Yeah. All right, I'll change the music. I'll put some lo-fi on. Continue. Create a 404 error page that has the app's nav bar as well as a link back to the dashboard and a footer. Like, make it use the actual website layout and make sure that there's a large 404 that's playful and has good styling that redirects users and lets them know that this page does not exist and help them get back to the main page of the site. So anything styling related, I'm always going to drop it in Gemini 3 Pro now, every time. What do I use for auth? Passport. Yeah, Hoffman said Codex is like the Apple of models. It just works, yeah. Motivation said while uploading, use DevTool. Maybe some catch could be found from there regarding the issue, yeah. All right, so we're going to network. I mean, maybe it's like, for example, maybe like the X is causing some issue, right? I mean, it could just be... Let's try this. All right, so we do publish. All right. Okay. Whoa. And then it probes. Okay. We're gonna have to fix this. Did this, okay. But one thing I will say is it did fix, but do you guys see this? It's like making a ton of calls to the jobs limit page. That is not good. We do not want that. All right. Oh, jeez. What a mess. I don't really use LinkedIn. I think it's somewhere. It's hard to find. Yeah, Droid Tech asked a good question. Also, what's up, Posit You? So if I switch to late, there would be no approvals, right? There would be no verification. So, you know, that definitely is something to take into consideration there. I don't like the existing logic here. So when I click publish, it goes to the publishing page with the job ID for publish Instagram with that ID, and then the publish YouTube with that job ID. The publishing page, also, if you look at the screenshot, you can see that it's constantly making the request to check on jobs. And it's almost like an infinite loop. It's hammering the back end, which is not a good approach. You can see from the screenshot that it's making that call like it's making a bunch of those calls. So I need to rethink the approach. When users publish, it should really just create a publishing job for that respective platform and be able to handle that. But right now, it just seems like our existing system is not very good. I need you to completely rework this system, evaluate it in complete depth, and make it so that the publishing page should just be the publishing page. It should have a refresh button so that if the user wants to refresh to check on the status of different jobs that are publishing, they should be able to click the button to see. But in general, it should not be hammering the API. It should be more of a, take that approach that I just described. But review the logic and then create a plan for how we can improve this system, as right now, it just is not very good. I don't know. I mean, this is ChatGPT Codex Max. Should be able to handle offset a lot of that. Publishing to Instagram failed. Publishing to YouTube. It just says publishing. Yeah, facts don't care. I'm not a big windsurf person. Let's see, did it publish to YouTube? Let's check. All right, so here it actually is. So you can see it's processing. So you guys see this? So this did publish. So when did this even get published? Jeez, we need to fix a lot of things with this. What about Instagram? Let me check my phone, see if Instagram published. Even though it said it didn't publish, I think it probably did. Oh, shoot. Guys, it published the same post like 5-6 times. Okay, I need to fix this. Okay, on my Instagram, it published them. All those times that we were posting, it did publish them. Just as an FYI. Definitely Codex. That's better. Yeah, anti-gravity isn't good. Yet. I think it has a lot of potential, but it's not good yet. I will say, after an npm run build, this site is snappy. It is very, very snappy. One issue here, though. And I'll use Composer on this. I think Composer can figure this out. Use browser tools and figure out why the articles are not rendering on these pages. It is saying article not found. Yeah. Yeah, Danny said that Anti-Gravity put out a ton of really powerful ideas. For example, the playground, their agent workspace, etc. They're going to be a serious contender as they evolve past this beta, I'd say. Google money is involved now. That's huge, yeah. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Still saying blog doesn't exist. Oh, it's because I'm running npm run build. Yeah. There we go. All right. So let's now try npm run build. npm run build. Personal efficiency. Right now, I'm not doing a whole lot of that anyway. Yeah, I'm not really trying to date anybody. All right, let's see what this one was able to do. So, as you guys know, this is a Codex Max extra high, and we just do have some issues with our logic in this create here. So let's do a single image, and let's just literally just post like, I don't know, maybe the thumbnail to this. I'll just say, vibe coding is the future. Standard type of deal. So it should redirect to publishing. Okay, I will say last time when we tried to publish to X as well, it doesn't redirect if X is included. So if I go to Instagram, I'm pretty sure that this post, there it goes. So look at this now. But is it, look at this, it's doing 2 posts to Instagram. Do you guys see that? So 8 seconds ago, this one was published. It published 2 of them. What about X? I think X I can check on my computer. Oh, shoot. All right. All right. That was a good test. So that did work. There's a bug with publishing to Instagram. For some reason, it just continues saying publishing even after it has successfully published. And it also publishes twice. Can you identify what the sole cause of this actually is? Also, there is no job in the publishing queue that shows up. For example, when I'm publishing to X, nothing shows up for the X jobs. Identify why this is happening and fix it. Also, just a side note, guys, I didn't get much sleep last night. I just had a hard time sleeping. So, to be honest, it's a little bit lower energy today for me. Sorry. That's why. I was just up in the middle of the night for like 3 hours. You guys ever get that? Where like, you just can't go back to bed? Yeah, I've got businesses set up. So now when I run npm run start, is that still running as it should? Let's see. So when I go to this here, oops. And I go to blog. You know what's, wow, look at how snappy that is. That is snappy. I mean, that's the power of Next right there, right? And so, like, for you guys that know, hey, when you run that npm run build, look at how fast this is. It's insanely fast. Very, very snappy. Boom. Whoa. What happened to our pricing page? Yeah, Sakeem, that's smart. Mobile looks pretty good. Yeah, Gemini just did such a great job on the styling. Okay. Also, guys, if you're watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm pretty much live every day. A little bit lower energy today just because lack of sleep, but trying to make it, like I said, guys, on the board. Work on the weekends. Get ahead. On this page, make sure that you actually have a placeholder video in place of the video. Do not say video placeholder, actually fill this. I really am starting to get tempted here on late dev. Within 40 seconds, connect accounts, schedule posts, go live on 10 platforms. Shubham, what's up? ViewCreator AI, it's an open beta, over 900 users. I think we're going to cross 1,000 here soon. But yeah, ViewCreator.ai, you can check the description. So, you know, with these issues that we are having, I kind of am, maybe it's bad, maybe just gotta have a little sleep, but, you know, I am like, hey, we've come this far. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Late said that, you know, they've done over 1 million. You know what Late API kind of sounds like it's for, though? Is it sounds like it's for like a company or an agency that wanted to integrate with this. Telegram, Discord, Google Business. Make sure that the pricing cards on the pricing page are styled the same way that they are in the sign-up flow. So update the pricing page to adjust the styling of the pricing cards as they are in the sign-up page. Review this. Would this be a better option for us than handling all of the social media connections ourselves and verification ourselves? What would be best? Would it be better to use Get Late or to actually do what we're currently doing? Think in depth about this and give me a suggestion. I mean, Janice, the thing is that if there's an API that we can integrate with that has all the documentation, you know, it is very, very easy for us to be able to pass in documentation and just completely integrate with Late. I mean, we could probably do it in a couple hours, right? So that's why I'm a little bit tempted. I'm like, hey, you know, we have this publishing system that we're working with right now, and it's buggy, right? So I'm like, hey, it's not like we have some perfect system that's fully functional that we just have to, get verified. You know, there's some interesting bugs in our system as well. So I'm just kind of at this point, I'm like, hey, it is tempting to just say, hey, let's just pay the $1,000 a month. We get unlimited. We can start, less. But, that means that we can, like, by Monday, we can say, hey, we have access to all of these. It's like X, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Threads, Reddit, Pinterest, Blue Sky, and then, I mean, you are going to have vendor lock, so maybe we continue having some type of backup system, but I'm just kind of, at this point, I'm like, verdict, use Get Late. So Gemini 3 said, use Get Late. The complexities of video encoding, resumable uploads, and specifically the security verification audits required for, I mean, we already did that. That's interesting. So this is the verdict from Gemini 3 Pro. It says use get late. The complexities of video encoding, resumable uploads, and specifically the security verification audits required for YouTube upload and Instagram content publish. Vendor lock is where you build a system that's reliant on like a singular API. So we would be locked into late because we would be building a system around late, right? So Bleed said sometimes you don't want to trust AI too much. Yeah. Bleed, what do you think? What do you think we should do? I'm not sure. I mean, we already have YouTube and X. And this is why I don't want to move too soon. You know, we could get TikTok and Meta verified like on Monday, right? And then we would be like, oh man, we should have waited, right? And so that's why I get a little bit. Bleed said I always make everything myself. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, let's just, let's not get, I am just a little bit sleep deprived, so let me not, get down here, but, just trying to think through, I want ViewCreator 2.0 now, right? I'm being impatient, so maybe I should just stop being impatient. Okay. Thank you, Bleed. Bleed said you should just wait for verifications and don't rely on a service. Okay. All right. We'll keep moving down that path, guys. Appreciate it. This is a test. Nah, I'm not going to get burned out. There we go. There we go. There's a win. There we go. That's a win. Failed. Take note of how X says published and then Instagram like posts twice and then it always just continues to say publishing. Identify why this is happening and then fix it. Yeah. So this is the problem that we have on Instagram, is that it just keeps saying publishing, even though it's already published. And it's like it's publishing posts twice. Okay. I will say that this Codex Max, like, I'm on a ChatGPT Pro plan, or no, not the Pro plan. I'm just on like the Plus plan, right? The $20 a month one for ChatGPT, and I get a lot of usage out of Codex for that plan. Like honestly, where I'm at now, I feel like the Pro plan might be overkill if you're on Codex. I don't know what you guys think, but Droid said we can switch to late, but the problem is vendor lock, and even if we have the switcher, if the local version doesn't work, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, I think I just need to be patient, guys, and we need to be patient. You know, probably just struggling a little bit today just because of lack of sleep. You guys know how it is. I was trying to go to sleep for so long, and I just couldn't sleep, so. Fix this error I got here. Kronos, yeah, I appreciate the comments. I don't know if I'll ever dress up festive. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of you guys know the perspective that I have on it. Manual programming will be non-existent within 5 years. Everything will be vibe coding. Everything will be using AI. Everyone will be using AI to program, and nobody will be using manually programming. So that's kind of my perspective on it. That drives a lot of my approach currently, just because I do believe in that. So yeah, sleep is definitely very important. Venom Studio, what's up? How's it going? Let's see these, this here, still working here. Oh, also, one thing I want to check is, if I go to ViewCreator, is our favicon that we were working on yesterday, is that now updated? No, not yet. That stinks. Loads really fast. Jeez, what a snappy site. Incredible. Really happy at how this updated site turned out. Yeah. Definitely, unless it's super risky, like nuclear reactor programming and Fortran, yeah. Catharsis asked, have you joined any Discord community or any forum? I mean, if someone wants to find American CS grads, then where to connect with them. Also, really love your streams, mate. Yeah, so we have the BridgeMind Discord. You know, I think it's over 8. Let me check. Let me give a quick shout out to new members today. But that Discord is growing really, really fast. It's a community of vibe coders and builders. So let me give a quick shout out to some new members. Shout out to Say, Jay Wong, Doog, Z, Kevin, Denez. Welcome to the Discord, guys. We're happy to have you in the community. But yeah, the Discord is pinned in the chat as well as in the description below. If you haven't joined, I would definitely advise you to. You know, it's a great place for vibe coders and people that are interested in technology, artificial intelligence, and builders to hang out and learn from other builders and vibe coders. So if that interests you, I would suggest that you join. We don't have any like pay. It's totally free. I'm not trying to make money off you guys. Just want to build a good, strong community. So the best way to get back in that community is just to be actively engaged. Thanks, Dan. Look at this one. This one's been working for 12 minutes. Like this one, that's a long time to be working on one thing. Like, are my Codex agents stuck right now? They may be stuck. Are these all stuck? I think these are all stuck. And this is why a cursor is sometimes better. All right, I'm gonna go to publishing. Personal efficiency, it just depends. I think that right now we're still in a time period where people have not yet accepted AI fully, right? So it just depends on what kind of employer your employer thinks. Sanai, I'm using Codex along with Cursor. Review this in depth. Right now, there's just an issue with the Instagram publishing. Review the logic associated with it and figure out why it's stuck in a publishing state, as well as why it's publishing twice but never says completed. Review this in complete depth, and I pinpoint what's going on here. I mean, Codex High is usually pretty fast. Let's use Sonnet 4.5. I feel like we haven't used that in a while. Max. The STT tool. STT tool. Yeah, Sonnet 4. I remember when we first got that Sonnet 4 1M model. That was actually a really good model. I think when Sonnet 4.5 came out, I switched over to that. But Sonnet 4 1M is still. I didn't know that you still use that, WDan. All right, so let's go over here now. Let's drop this in. Watch how fast Composer is able to cook on this, though. Like, it's this pricing page here. So you guys are going to see this get updated very, very fast. Hold on. All right, is this one right here? Let's try that again. This is the legacy pricing page that I actually liked. Update our new pricing page that uses the app router to use this exact styling. Composer, you have to be a little bit more better with the prompts. You have to give more context, but in general, it's going to be able to work pretty hard. Whisperlow is out for Windows. Yeah. I'm running on, if it was a gas, guys, if this was a gas tank, I was a gas tank right now, all right? You know, like a gas tank, a gas gauge, you know, looks like this. You know, you have this. You have full here and empty here. Right now, I'm like right here. And, you know, honestly, that's when, you know, I think I've said this in previous streams, but, you know, just because I had a hard time sleeping last night, you know, that's where you push your limits. So even though I'm exhausted, even though I'm on low sleep, that's where I think it's actually the best opportunity for you to work even harder. Why is this not? updating correctly. Pricing client? Get started. What the heck? Review this. This is how the pricing page should look. There's some issue here. Composer 1, come on. Yeah, I completely migrated. So Shri, actually might have been you as somebody in the chat, you know, recommended that I switch over, and I did. There we go. On the pricing page, though, I want you to remove this complex header. There shouldn't be so much text. Yeah, so there is a reason that I started with Pages Router. It's because that's actually back in 2023 when I first started working with Next.js. Why is this not like, is it not like rendering? How is this not the... Choose the plan that matches your growth. Yeah, it must have been you, yeah. Appreciate it. So, all right, but now I have to get used to App Router because I'm not used to it. Because I think I'm updating the wrong, if I do this. Oh. Guys, I was running npm run build. So it wasn't updating. Oh my gosh. I'm on empty. Oh no, I love vibe coding domain managing. Don't worry about it. Guys, listen. I love all of this, and I appreciate you guys for supporting and you know, for being a part of the community and the mission. So I might be a little bit low energy today. I might be running on low sleep, but it don't matter. Let's try that again. I want it to look exactly like the pricing cards that you see in the sign up page. Honestly, I might go extra hard today and stream for an extra long time because of this. You know, I'm like, why not work even longer and harder? It's just not understanding. Like if I switch to Gemini 3 Pro, let's see if Gemini 3 Pro is able to one-shot this. The cards on the pricing page to be styled exactly like the ones on the sign-up page. You guys see what I'm trying to do? So here's what they look like on the Get Started page. And then here's what it looks like. So it's just a little bit different. I want to make sure that they're consistent, you know? Smart Pixel said, Ben, vibe coding alongside you feels amazing to see where AI has come to. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, yeah, low stress work, yeah. You know, so Personal Efficiency asked, what's my opinion on getting a degree? If I went back, I would personally not get a degree just for myself, because, you know, understanding myself a little bit better now, I probably am not a person that's going to go out and get like a corporate job. I mean, that could change if I like end up, you know, for some reason, just like end up being like a colossal failure, you know, and then end up needing to go get like a job. But, you know, for right now, the way that I see it is that, hey, I've spent so many years getting good at vibe coding and software development and building that, you know, why would I ever go out and get a job? You know, if that even makes sense. Is this the same as just squished? It's just like, why does it keep? Yeah, that's why. Okay, I found the issue. Sorry, I meant for this project here. And specifically updating this page. Now that I'm just not used to App Router, and this is why I'm gonna struggle a little bit here. Aperium asked OpenRouter implemented. Yeah, I did switch over to OpenRouter so that we wouldn't have the vendor lock and we could adjust, like if we want to use different models. Sorry said, how do you do this for 3 hours with no coffee or Red Bull? Impressive stuff. I mean, yeah, one thing I will say is it's like, and I do say this often, you know, is that if I would be doing this regardless if I was streaming or not. So I think that that's like definitely one thing that would be like a differentiator between me and other people that are creating content in the space, or is that I was doing this the exact same way that I am right now for 3 years before I started streaming it. And the main reason that I started streaming it is because I knew that, you know, it kind of is a very, you know, if you guys saw like the My Vision video, there really is a mission that we're on to prove what's possible. And that's like a huge part of what we're doing, is that I want to prove to people that this is possible. And I want to show, like, sometimes it's very difficult. Like, you know, I'm very raw and I'm very upfront about, you know, how much money I'm making, how much money I'm losing. You guys can see the time that's being put in. Some days are more active than others. Some days are more of like a grind, like today. But ultimately, the one constant that you're going to see here is just continued grind and continued effort on working towards this mission, right? So, you know, when you compare that with maybe some other people in the space that are more like content creator types that are literally just trying to create content so they can build up an audience and then get sponsors and stuff, I think that what you're going to see that kind of makes this different is that I'm genuinely focused on the business, right? I'm genuinely focused on ViewCreator, and I want to see ViewCreator succeed, and I'm sharing the journey alongside it, right? So the ultimate goal for me is to not, like, and it probably, what's interesting is it probably will happen as a side effect, right? Is that I will get a large audience, but that is not the main mission for me. The main mission is ViewCreator and creating an app that does reach $1 million in revenue and sharing it along the way. That is the mission. So, you know, days like today are fine because, yeah, almost at 8,000 subs. Yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. You know, we've been at it for 82 days. You know, we built a community. And I think that what's nice is that, you know, I can just show up every day. And I'm telling you, and that's why I repeat it, I would be doing this regardless, right? And I forget who even asked that question of, like, how I do this for 3 hours. But, yeah, I mean, if I wasn't streaming, if I wasn't doing this, I would still be vibe coding. I would still be working on ViewCreator. So why not share it? Why not stream it, right? Let's go back over to the create section. How did I make 1,500? I think 1,000 has come from over 1,000 now because recently we've seen like a pretty big uptake in ViewCreator subscriptions. 1,000 of it is from Stripe, and then the other 500 actually has come from YouTube. So I am including YouTube revenue at the start here because, hey, the YouTube revenue is part of the business, right? So whereas that's not the main goal and that's not going to be, the main driving revenue factor, it is part that offsets it. So I'm just being as upfront as I can about how we're making the revenue, where it's coming from, where the revenue is at day to day, what my concept is and logic is behind it. Right now I'm burning the burn is up to about $2,000 a month. Just between AI and, these different things that we're using AWS. But there is, like, one thing that is adjusted is I did get accepted for the, if you guys know what, like, the AWS startup credits are, shout out to Aperium. I don't know if he's here, but Aperium suggested that I do that, and I did get $1,000 from them. So that does offset the losses for a little bit, which is nice. All right, so continue to publish. All right. This is a test. Yeah, AWS Activate, yep. This is a test. This is a test. Let's try uploading this. All right, so queued, publishing. The YouTube one goes out so fast. And then Instagram, I think, just gets like stuck. You guys see this? Oh, wow. So you can see the publish to YouTube went off. So if I go to YouTube, I don't use Shri. I don't use Azure. Oh, guys, we're only 6 subscribers away from 7,900. I think we can probably hit. We got 82 people watching. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're only 6 away. Let's go. So that means we're probably gonna hit 8,000 or 9,000 or whatever it is. 8,000, yeah, tomorrow. Probably 8,000 tomorrow. That's cool. Okay, let's go. Okay, so yeah, so this is a test right here. So this did publish. Let's make this private. Let's make this one private as well, because these are all the same video. Wow, you got 17,000 in total. That's awesome. Cams, right now we're just doing organic marketing because, like, right now the engine behind the marketing is going to be ViewCreator 2.0 and getting that launched, right? Okay, this is actually good. One thing I will say is, like, with the content stuff, like with live streaming and with the stuff that I do put out, I do feel so incredibly blessed. I really appreciate all the support that you guys have given because, I'm able to, just be able to be myself and to do what I would be doing regardless, right? I mean, that's such a gift, right? Review this error in depth and identify why it happened and fix it. All right. Nice, and we have the error here. This is great. Why did this happen? Okay, nice, Pyram. Yeah, Bleed, I saw that. But you literally have to be like with like Sequoia or somebody big. Linux said, we vibing hard lately. Let's go, folks. Sub, like, Discord is pinned above. Thanks, Linux. Yeah, shout out to Linux. It's like, it's so interesting because in this journey, when I started out, you guys can go back to day one. And I've mentioned this, so I'm going to sound like a broken record here. But, on day one, I was wearing, like, sunglasses and a hoodie. And the reason that I was doing that is because I was like, I don't know if I necessarily want to be... Oh. I don't necessarily know if I want to put myself out there on the internet, right? And then I got a little bit more comfortable over time. But, you know, Linux was there on day one. Shout out to Linux. We were kind of joking about this the other day, but at the end of the stream, he was like, hey, I'll be the Discord mod if you want me to. I was like, oh, sure, man. Look where we've come. Okay. So it says that it found it, Sonnet 4.5. Guys, we are vibing right now. I like that I just drew a freaking empty gas tank and everybody's fine with it. That's so funny. I'm like, guys, I'm on empty right now, by the way. W's in the chat for empty gas tank. That's so funny. Why is this not accepted as a file type? Oh, 500 MB. Why is the limit on image uploads in this create page limited to 500 MB? Shouldn't it be more than that? Why would we limit it to that little? Oh, shoot, guys. We're 2 subscribers away. All right, we got to watch this. Let's go. If you guys have not yet liked and subscribed or joined the Discord, we're gonna go to 100K next year. Mark my words. I'm Super Gang said, can a person who doesn't know how to code make an app? You can definitely get started and get pretty far if you learn along the way, you know? Yeah, you can learn along the way. Shout out to Sander Pro, Dinez, and Schlock Suman. Welcome to the Bridgevine community, guys. Thanks for joining the Discord. Let's go 7,900, guys. Thank you. Wow, look at that. Let's go. That's awesome. Thank you guys for the support. So that means we're 99 away from 8,000. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, Barium. All right, let's see if that Instagram upload works now. So let's just do Instagram. This is a test. The marketing strategy. So we're like just starting to branch into marketing, and my logic for doing that is we do like a marketing ViewCreator using ViewCreator until I get 500 paying subscribers or paying users. And right now it's pretty cool because, you know, we have started to see a pretty significant uptick in subscribers and people that are paying. So it's pretty cool to experience that. But really the strategy that I have, just until we can get ViewCreator 2.0 fully wired up, you know, what we're doing is we are making it so that, you know, we create organic videos that are long form demos, and then we're able to, crop them into short form. Why is this not redirecting? Come on. But those are done pretty well. The short form get like 1,000 views a pop, sometimes more. So it just depends. Man. There are a lot of cases where it just gets stuck publishing and uploading. I need you to figure out why this is happening, as it should immediately redirect to the publishing page as soon as I hit the button so that they can watch the job. There's all sorts of ways that you can, find customers. I think that social media marketing really is one of the biggest ways these days. That's why we created ViewCreator, is because social media marketing is huge. You get one viral video and you pretty much have it made, right? So with ViewCreator, I saw this, and that's why we're building ViewCreator, right? Is to make it easier for founders and for businesses and for content creators to be able to create content at scale. A lot of times using AI. Doing different things, but what we're trying to do here is you can manage multiple different platforms from a singular command center that has a bunch of AI integrations. And I think because I have that perspective as both a brand owner and a content creator, even though I don't like to call myself a content creator, I think does give me that a pretty interesting perspective to be able to know what's needed, how to speed different things up. All right, let's see here. So apparently I should have this updated. Let's do this another one. This is a test. This is a test. So it did redirect immediately. So here's the thing. The X publishes immediately. Is this going to continue to be stuck? We're having problems with Instagram just being like stuck. And it's not stuck. Like if you guys look at this, it's publishing these posts. So if you follow me on Instagram, there's a link in the description. I'm just spamming. I'm like deleting these posts, but it just will not get to the point where this finishes successfully. I don't know why. I don't really worry about it. I think personal efficiency, that's why we are, going through the verification process. For example, I'm not worried about the integration with OpenRouter. Oh, wow. Look at that, guys. Finally. All right, let's freaking go, guys. We got to win. All right, so this said that it published. Let me now see. Did that actually publish? Wow, it did. Hey, guys, let's go. Finally. All right, what's the X look like, though? Are we having issues with it? Like, it said that it published on X, but I'm pretty sure that the last time I tried to publish a video on X, it didn't actually post the video. Yeah. Yeah, same issue. Great, now that finally works. Now, another issue that I'm having is that when I am uploading a video to X, it's not actually uploading the video to X. It's only uploading the caption. So it does make a post, it just doesn't include the video. Can you review in complete depth and identify why this is happening? Smart Pixel, that's what I'm talking about. And, you know, guys, it's like, it's interesting because, you know, yeah, so Smart Pixel said, vibe coding for 2 hours, time flew fast, but I made progress, I'm so happy. You know, even on days like today where it's a weekend, you know, I've shared that, you know, I didn't get much sleep last night. I just woke up in the middle of the night, couldn't go back to sleep. So, you know, I'm really running on empty today. And, you know, you guys know that I usually have some pretty high energy levels. So that just as, you know, I lucked out, my personality, I have a very high energetic personality. So, you know, even on days where I'm low energy, it's like, hey, it's almost like, for example, I'll relate it to working out, right? You know, even on days that you don't feel like working out, like let's say you work out like 4 days a week, right? And 3 of those days, you know, you're able to you're on fire, right? Like you go in there, you just absolutely crush it. You work out really hard, maybe for like an hour to an hour and a half. And then on the last day, you just don't really feel like working out, right? Or you're like just really tired or you're really sore or something like that. But it does make a big difference when you're the person that still shows up even on those days, right? And because, you know, I think that the progress is made when you don't want to do something, right? Like it's like that concept I've talked about before about pushing your limits. You know, it's when things are actually like really difficult and hard, that's when you're going to make the most progress, right? So it definitely is important to remember that, and that's definitely the way that I approach things is that, hey, you know, you're running on empty, you're running on low sleep, well, hey, great, that's a challenge, right? So muster up to the challenge. Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, Jesse said, a reminder, so the project sharing event is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Progress update, yeah, so Jesse, the progress update, so we've been working on a couple things today, so the goals that we had up on the board, so if I just switch over here, so we were doing the late API research. We've kind of decided that we are going to wait for, you know, to hear back from this verification before we do anything rash where we say, okay, we do want to switch or whatnot. But we did look into it. You know, I think we want to, like, we're so close to getting verified. All it would take is TikTok coming back and verifying us, and that would change everything, right? Because then we would have 3 out of the 5. YouTube and TikTok are obviously huge. So if we can get that, that's huge. So I'd really like to get that, but we did look at that. And then the finish Next.js migration. So we did finish the Next.js migration. And then the last, we still actually, I mean, I'm going to keep on streaming, guys. Like I'm not even close to done for today. So if you guys are locked in, it's like, hey, let's just keep making progress, you know? Let's just keep putting the time in. But I do want to create like some type of content bank, right? So that you can create content, have them in the, have a content bank and upload to the create page from the content bank, right? Also, one cool thing would be, I wonder how Gemini 3 Pro would re-envision this page. I want you to completely restyle and modernize this page. Keep it on theme, but completely restyle it and re-envision it using modern styling. Let's see what Gemini 3 Pro can do to this page for us. But in the meantime, let's see if we can get that post up, right? So we'll test this out again. Drop this in here. And this is a test. Let's go, Jesse. So publish. There's like a weird down scroll there. So publishing on X. Failed to publish on X. So we did just make an update, so let's go. Where is it? This one here. review this when trying to publish to X, get through a 500 error. Blocker Chaz, we've migrated to Next.js 16.03. And we had to do some work associated with that. And then we're also, we were kind of debating whether or not we were going to migrate to late. It was definitely something, but we need to finish this publishing process and get this working so that, because it wasn't working initially, but it looks like Instagram is working. So we're just kind of polishing this publishing process. And then we're probably going to make a couple demo videos once I get this working. Oh, yeah. Danny, that's a good idea. Danny said that I think you need a cook command like I have, basically a boilerplate to tear it down and start from fresh, and other creative nudges that does something similar to how you prompt for restyle and modernize. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. So let's actually try that. So W Dan in the chat is saying, hey, what you should do is you should create a slash command. So something so Dan in the chat actually taught me this. You can do a slash command and you can do what's called create command. And we're going to create a new command and we'll call it revamp. Revamp styling. And then you know what we'll do? We'll literally just take this here and we'll paste that in, because I kind of like that prompt. That usually does pretty well. So now, I have this revamp styling where if I go to a new agent and I do a slash, now I'm going to be able to do that revamp styling right there. So that rather than having to write that prompt again, it's already there. Yeah, user math said, great point. What makes someone better is working when you don't feel like it. Yeah. Droid Tech said, do I have a timeline for accomplishing the mission? I think 2026. So I don't have a timeline, but I will say this. I think 2026 is going to be huge. I think that things will really, really start to ramp up in 2026 on all fronts. On all fronts. Let's do a quick sub check. 7,903. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Look at the growth here, just like in terms of, look at even 7 days ago. 7 days ago, we were at 7,300. So in 7 days, 600 subs, close to. It's crazy. Thank you guys for all the support. Okay, so here's the revamp that Gemini did. Didn't do anything too crazy, but did kind of change this up top here. Wow, that's really good, Imperium. Imperium said that you can find a way that you can generate 27,000 images for $30 to $40 with Flux Pro context. It depends on what model you use. Like, for example, Gemini Nano Banana Pro is like 15 cents per. Oh, I have an idea. I just had an idea. All right. When the user clicks publish, I want there to be a rocket ship animation, and then for the redirect to the publishing page to happen. Also, I want you to revamp the styling of the publishing page as well. And then I'll do that revamp. Mary baby, what's up? Yeah, you could do that as well. You can like if you can use it for any reason that you want, right? Like if you want it to manage your public profile, you can do that too. It's literally any use case that you want. Oh wow, look at this. Moved it here. I don't know if I really like that more or less though, to be honest. Huh? What do you guys think? Oh, Imperium's a junior mod on Discord. Congrats, Imperium. Let's go. Also, just want to say big shout out to Jesse. Jesse came on our team and has just been a phenomenal resource and person to have on the team. He's done a great job. He is our head mod, or administrative mod. I forget what we refer to it as, but he's just done a great job, and he's identifying people that are engaged community members that he believes should have more responsibility in our community. So big shout out to Jesse and congrats, Imperium. Definitely well deserved from Imperium. All right, also, let's kind of take this opportunity to see, is X now publishing? Can we now publish video to X? Let's single X out here. And let's upload and just do a test post here. Publish. So I don't know if this is going to work. Failed to fetch. Now it's saying failed to fetch on X. Just a lot of issues with this here. Review this logic in complete depth and pinpoint what's causing this. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Personal efficiency. Let me know in chat what you guys think. That's a good idea. Personal efficiency just said, oh, did this get I think the reason that failed is because there was a refresh in the API while I was running this rocket launch TSX. But yeah, I could do a weekly weekly recap as a YouTube video. Short video X. Hey, that's sick. That's sick. The rocket launch. I need you to make the rocket launch way better. Literally make it super futuristic and animated and amazing. Oh my gosh, Gemini 3 Pro. That's one thing that frustrates me. Cursor, they used to do a great job with like queuing messages, but now what I find is that the queue gets sent prematurely pretty much every time. It's annoying. Yeah, I'll show you guys the rocket again. What is going on here though? Alright, queued. I mean, if I refresh, it's probably going to say failed to fetch, right? Yeah. So same thing. So we're going to use GPT-5 Codex High on this. Droid Tech, let's go, man. Come on. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We got a big project sharing event tomorrow. I'm going to give a quick shout out to some new members of the Discord community. Big shout out to Sorry, Peter, Cody, JP Dev, Bit Saitama, Blubby, Ryan, Rin, CloudServe, P. Davis, Ali, Aditya. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm very happy that you joined. Community gets bigger and bigger by the day. We're actually only 13 members now away from 900, so looks like we're coming up on our 1,000 goal pretty quick. Yeah, I've checked out Anti-Gravity. Not a huge fan. It's kind of like beta mode right now. It'll get better though. You know what I just noticed? In this 2.1 update for Cursor, did you guys notice that they don't have it? They don't have that section for keeping your changes. Have you guys noticed that? Levi asked, what are you developing? So we're developing ViewCreator. It's almost over 1,000 users now. It's your command center for social media growth. So you can connect, manage, and grow all your accounts from one dashboard. And you can leverage AI to create content 10x faster and publish everywhere instantly. So right now we're working on ViewCreator 2.0, which is the product that we're releasing with the goal in mind of releasing it by January 1st. I do think that we will get it before January 1st. But you know, we're going through a verification process right now. YouTube and X are in production, but we're still waiting from Meta. So we'll see here. Looks like also that this is done. So let's go over here. Whoa. So this is the new publishing page that Gemini, actually kind of like that. Mission control, new launch. That's hilarious. It literally branded it around launch. All right, so let's go here. All right, you guys ready to see this rocket? Let's see what it did with the rocket. Also, let's just confirm, is it actually not posting this? Oh, hold up. Well, I just want to like confirm that it isn't posting, because there is a case that it could be posting these videos and just not having it like... okay, no. Okay, we're good. Okay, so here's my X. All right, test. Preparing systems. That's sick. Okay, there is an issue on this page, though. Okay, there we go. It said published. All right, did it post the video? That's the question. Oh, man. Okay, so it is now publishing successfully, but it is not properly including videos if I try and publish a video on X. Identify what's causing this error. Let's try this again. I want the rocket ship to always be visible. Right now, you know, the rocket ship kind of disappears. Like, the rocket should be huge. Like, it should be way bigger, way more animated, and it should be visible taking off always. Like, it just ends up looking like space. Make this way better. I pretty much just told it, there's no like specific prompt. I just literally said, make it way better. Literally make it super futuristic, animated, and amazing. That's the prompt. Oh, I was actually able to see the logs. That's pretty cool. Right after you clicked publish, we logged to this. So it's given a 403. So the video upload itself is being rejected with a HTTP 403 forbidden. After that warning, the code continues as designed and posts only the text, which is why the tweet succeed but has no video. Go through the V2 endpoint. Videos must go through... Okay. Okay. Come up with a plan to create a workaround for this so that we can post videos. All right, we'll do a plan. That's pretty good. So I think somebody earlier asked me if I was using Tracer, which is essentially additional tooling for planning. And Tracer used to, and this is how fast the field is evolving. You know, Tracer used to be a good tool because, you know, things like cursor plan didn't exist. But, you know, now with cursor plan, it just wiped out the need for Tracer. You know, if you're using cursor, why would you be using Tracer inside of cursor, right? Like, I don't really see a need for it. Because with cursor plan, you know, it builds that planning logic directly into cursor. So you literally just click build, it creates the to-dos, it creates all this. It's like, hey, this is like a pretty powerful feature, right? And cursor has all sorts of stuff like this, and that's why it's my favorite. Well, I'm gonna grab a snack while this is building. I'll be right back. Right now we're polishing up the create wizard to actually make sure that it works. So the problem with the X upload, oh man, it's annoying. 500 millibytes. Megabytes, whatever it's called. Let's go, Gato. Yeah, I did fix the issue with Instagram publishing. That's done. create a tweet about vibe coding. So I was using the brand profile. So I can turn the brand profile context off. And then try it again. It's gonna be a little bit better. That's pretty cool. So as doing that because I turned web search and brand context on, but if I turn that off, I wonder what the creativity of it's like. That's actually pretty good. What if coding was as simple as chatting? Enter vibe coding. Describe your idea, and AI makes it real. It's transforming tech, making app creation intuitive. Ready to vibe code your next big idea. Vibe coding innovation. That's actually pretty good. And then look at this, the rocket, the countdown. Oh my gosh, that's so sick. What? All right, there is like some weird glitch here though. On this page, there is a weird glitch with the horizontal scroll bar. Just when I'm on the page, it's for some reason like scrolling down. I don't know why that's happening. It's like auto scrolling down for some reason. Identify what's causing this and fix it. And this is gonna be something with Composer that I think is better. Also, with the rocket, it would be cool if the rocket was styled with the ViewCreator logo. Yeah, I've tried anti-gravity. My opinion on anti-gravity, it's a beta. You know, it's in beta, so I'm not a huge anti-gravity guy until they kind of figure their stuff out. I'm going to be cursor. You know, so I think it'll be probably really good eventually, but for now, it's not really needed until they start, you know, getting that to the point where, all right, there we go, we did fix that error. So, I mean, that's pretty cool, guys. Mission control. Why on this page, like if I just go to this page, it doesn't actually render in all the jobs? Why is that? Yeah, I think the rocket is a bit much, but it is cool. I'm kind of just having fun with it. Yeah, I'm having fun with it. For example, after I actually publish a post, I get redirected to this page, and I can see the post that I just published. But if I just go to this page off rip, then not all the jobs come up. Why is that? And then I'll show it an example. So, like, I just want to show you guys, like, ultimately, we're going to have a super, super comprehensive platform that's able to do all this. And we kind of already do. There is a decent amount of features that we have that aren't quite there yet, but they're inside the platform in different places. And I think as the platform develops, we'll be able to bring them all together in one way, shape, or form. But for example, like I'm just going to go to Spark here, and with Spark, we can enter this. This is the transcript of a video. I want you to create the YouTube title and description for it. Failed to generate. Oh, yeah, we updated that recently, so looks like it has some errors in it. Why did this happen? Review in complete depth and identify what the problem was here. Offer John, glad you're back. Let's go. You know we're grinding. Create a post about the new Google Gemini 3 Pro and how good it is at UI design. I use Cursor. Yeah, anti-gravity is a little bit overhyped in my opinion. I think it's got a lot of potential, but not there yet. Just kind of beta. Network error. Let's go. Smart Pixel. Let's get it. I'm using Nest and then Postgres. Yeah, Aperium, I agree. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. What model is being used for the X post generator? Is it using OpenRouter or OpenAI? Composer 1, be able to find that quickly. Okay, great. I want to transition this over to using OpenRouter, review in depth, and update the OpenRouter module to create a new service for this, and then update the controller for the X post generator to transition to using the new service that uses OpenRouter. As for the model that I want it to use, I would like it to use a fast model like Gemini 2.5 Flash. Yeah, I feel like Gemini 2.5 Flash is probably the best, like a potential X post generator. You guys think? I mean, let's go to OpenRouter real quick. So many models come out this month. Gemini Flash Lite. Let's try this. Apparently it's like really high up on marketing, so we'll try this. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We are headed to 8,000 subscribers. Really appreciate all the support. Also, just as a reminder, we are having our project sharing tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to do a stream, and then at the very end of the stream, we are having the project sharing event is at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it's pretty much going to be at this exact same time tomorrow, 18 minutes before, but it's going to be going on at this exact same time tomorrow. So if you guys want to show up, see what other people in the BridgeMind community are working on, or share your project, I would definitely encourage you to do so. We are only 11 members away from 900 members in the Discord. So if you guys are watching and have enjoyed the streams and have not already joined our Bridgemind community, make sure you do so. It's totally free. You know, that's just where we hang out. It's a community of vibe coders, builders, and you can go in there, ask questions, and people are happy to help you. You know, it's a great community. I think everybody would agree. Okay, let's fix this. Fix the errors that you created. All right, so we just changed to a different model here. Gemini 2.5 Flash. Whoa. All right, so let's see. Network error. Review the error and fix this. The walkthrough, yeah. I thought the walkthrough was interesting. It did remind me of like Claude artifacts. Let's try this. Composer. Still failing. Review in depth and identify what's causing it to fail. The problem is, why is there no logs? Why is it throwing a network error? Oh, wow. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna eat. Oh my gosh. This is doing the most. Oh, it's still doing that. Florenzi said, what a day to grind. Every day is a day to grind. Alright, let's get this rocket thing out. It's doing the most. What? Also, one thing to note is if we go to X. Oh, nice. Guys, look at this. This actually turned out really nice. So, wow. So one thing that I'll say is, so we did switch it to that Gemini Flash, right? With OpenRouter instead. So shout out to, there was two people that I know that were kind of like, really helpful with that. It was Imperium and WDan. You guys both were like, hey, you know, maybe try OpenRouter instead of having vendor lock with OpenAI. So I appreciate you guys, because I did get an OpenRouter module set up that's using OpenRouter so that we can, you know, change between whatever models. And look at what Gemini Flash did. That's way better. yes, I'm gonna like my own post. Gemini Flash is really good. Now do an in-depth review of all the title tags on all the pages. This is not a site that we want crawled by robots or indexed at all for SEO purposes. But just for the purpose of the user interface, I do think that we should add title tags to the different pages in the site. So look through this and create title tags for all the pages respective to what the pages are. Review in-depth. Review in-depth and update accordingly. All right, let's see if we can now do a video. If you guys remember, we were having issues with publishing videos to X. And the new X2 endpoint, the V2, is not very good. This is a test to see if videos can post on ViewCreator to X with videos. Let's publish this. 3, 2, 1. It's so excessive. It's like freaking Star Wars. All right. Let's see here. I don't think it's gonna work, to be honest with you. Yeah. I think it's gonna give me a an error here when I refresh. Yeah. Thank you, Sori. Sori said it's coming out very good. Really good progress, yeah. And it's just, yeah, it's to that point where it's like, hey, you know, I'm on empty. Got very little sleep last night, but I'm showing up. Oh, what? Well, that's why it's not working. I should probably roll that back. All right, guys, we're getting close to 100 likes. We're currently at 93, 7 likes away. If you guys have not already liked the stream, let's get to 100. Come on, let's go. All right, so, I mean, what happened here was, you know, X videos are not uploading, and what we learned in this stream is that you can't upload X videos to X on the new V2. You can only do V1, which honestly is kind of ridiculous. I think that the V2 is just not that great of a API update. There's like a bunch of limitations that I've run into. This would be an interesting job. On this page, make it so that I can click on an individual post and click and view the information on that post in a page, a new page. Create the logic, update the publishing page, and then create the new page. Alex said, I've been vibe coding my own web app, and it started as a simple thing, now evolving into something huge. The project is a mess right now, and I don't know if I should go from zero with everything or try to fix it. What is your opinion? I just do a refactoring. Maybe fix the YouTube thumbnail generation using only 1 credit? What do you mean? Oh, it only uses 1 credit? Yeah, I reached 500 videos today. How'd you know? I feel like I should roll back all of this. This is excessive. All right, let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll do that. So Yavani did have a couple bugs, and one thing that I wanted to do is on stream. Big shout out to Yavani, because Yavani posted a ton of ViewCreator bugs. So I appreciate you, because we're going to actually work on those next. And guys, we're just going to keep on going, guys. Nothing's going to stop us. Let's go. Let's get it. All right, let's get it. All right, so I'm gonna go to Discord while a couple of these things are in progress, and I'm gonna pull up Yavani's work here. So in our Discord, we have a literally a channel called the ViewCreator platform, where there's a general marketing and then a bugs channel. And Yavani posted like 13 bugs in here, so big shout out to Yavani. It's awesome. W Yavani in the chat. Because then, literally, I can screenshot fix this bug. Make them fit the new theme. And you see, anything styling related, I always just change to Gemini 3 Pro immediately. I mean, this one, you just said fix the hover effect. You didn't really describe, like, how. But that's all right. I'll describe how. I want you to take a new approach for the hover effect in the sidebar. Right now, it like changes it to blue. Just make it more subtle and modern and actually fit with the theme. So we're going to get a ton of agents going right now. So right now we have 4. Maybe change the gray bar under the button. Oh, yeah, cool. I'm going to do it. Also, in my opinion, there is just genuinely too much text that describes these image models. What's more important is the amount of credits. Like in the dropdown, it should describe how many credits it costs instead of having such a long explanation for each model. Just describe how good the model is for image generation. For example, for Nano Banana Pro, note that this is the best image generation model and how many credits it costs. It doesn't have to be so complex in just explaining what it is. And this is the great part about Cursor, right? We have multiple agents running. Man, shout out to Yvonne. Check the general Discord chat, Imperium said. Wow. Alright, so this is what Imperium shared. I hope this is okay to share. This is what Imperium did. That's pretty cool. So he said that he vibe coded this. Look at that. That's awesome. Great work, man. Wow. Wow. That is sick. Good job, Imperium. Alright. Fix this error. Honestly, that's a Composer 1 type of deal. Fix this error. Hey, we got 100 likes. Let's go. Thank you guys for the support. All right, I think if I just refresh this, it should be good. What is the purpose of having a 500 MB limit on file uploads here? That seems very small. Garcia, I think that there will be no more manual programming within 5 years. It'll all be vibe coding. So if you guys, you know, get ahead of that, if you understand that the best programmers in the future are going to be people that understand these agentic workflows and how to manage a bunch of agents at once, then you're going to fare very well. Oh, it's because it's a short video. Duh. This is a test. Oh my gosh. The animation is hilarious. Alan, what's up? Ignition, start, liftoff. All right, we have to remove this, but it is kind of cool. That is kind of cool. All right. Did it publish the image? Oh, it did. Make sure that on this page here, for example, if a post or job had images associated with it or actual content associated with it, make sure that that content renders in so that they can view the content that was posted with that post. Garfield, I would say that you just got to learn how to do the back end, right? Like, just try something as simple as like just creating a sign up route, right? Like create an onboarding flow, right? That's a great place to start. You know, you only need one user table. That's how I started. And I started with a NoSQL database, just got me introduced to it, and yeah, it's like super easy. If you don't have to like step into something and say I have to do like all these things, right? Like you can start small and just say, hey, I'm going to start with creating a simple onboarding process and integrate with a NoSQL database, right? And it can literally be a MongoDB public database that has no like security or anything, and like that's moving forward, right? So just keep going. Completely redesign this page. I want it as a table, and I also want for each respective platform, it should have the platform logo. Review the sidebar and note the logo icons and logo package that we are using for the platform logos, and update this page accordingly. So let's see if we can do all these at once, right? Let's see, let's connect the Facebook, okay? So watch this, guys. We're going to connect Facebook as well. fix this. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right. So here we are, connect 4. Invalid session. Okay, hold up. All right. All right, so we just connected these. Now let's go here, and we're actually gonna try, so we're gonna go to profiles. All right, so let's actually make this demo video again, guys. So do you remember that demo video? So let's move the desk up. You remember that demo video that we tried to make at the start there? And really what we found is that there were some bugs in like the Instagram publishing and all these other publishing services. So let's try, you know what, with X, what we learned is that with X, you actually cannot yet, with the V2 endpoint that we're on, with X, you can't publish videos. But we changed that. And here, what we can do is we can add, for example, the Facebook BridgeMind account, which is right here. Just save it. Then we can go over to create, and now we can do a short video, and we can select the X, but we'll just do YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And because I'm a test user, I can actually post to these, even though we're not verified. So let's go over to Opus Clip. And if you guys remember, we were trying to get this one posted. ViewSpark had some issues. So let's, speaking of which, let's go over to ViewSpark and see if we actually fix those issues that we were having. Let's test. Oh, it looks like that's working. Oh, man, never mind. All right, failed, okay. And it was this one right here. Oh, Codex is not working. Alright, that's fine. Fix this error that we are having in ViewSpark. William Quinn said cursor is so July 2025. Alright, sure. Danny, what's up? Danny said it's possible cursor throttles to Gemini Pro low. Oh, that's interesting. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked, subscribed, or joined the Discord, make sure you do so. Just as a reminder, let's actually do I'm going to give a quick shout out to some new members of the Discord community. There's a lot of them today. Big shout out to Unknown, and big shout out to Big Cute. Shout out to Sirakin. Welcome to the community, guys. As a reminder, we have our project sharing tomorrow, so if you guys want to join that event. Yeah, Codex is not working right now, I don't think. Mohammed said... Oh. What models is it using? Oh my gosh. It's using like 2.0 Flash. It needs an update. That's one thing, like, why have they not yet, once they get it so that these models aren't like, that they actually have real time. Gemini Flash, I think, would be goated for this. I want this to be the default model that's used in ViewSpark. Test. There we go. Hey, let's go. All right. So, for example, you know, and this is why I think I have an interesting perspective on building this. And it's because as a creator, you know, I use this, right? Create the YouTube title and description for this post using hashtags like vibe coding, hashtags like anti-gravity, Google Gemini Pro, 3 Pro, etc. All right. You know what we need, guys? We already have it working here. Oh, guys, this is going to be a good test here. All right. Oh, you could add text, add context for web search, or I have a project rule that when choosing models, it must use web tool to confirm the latest or use the model I specified. That's a good point. Okay, so one thing that we have, and I don't know if you guys knew about this, but in the publishing over here, wait, where is it? Is it Instagram? I know it was somewhere. Hold up. Oh, you have to upload it first. So watch this. When I click this, right? When I upload this initially, something that you guys are going to see is that when you upload a video, it now says generate with AI. And I actually want to polish this up, and then we're going to make a demo video on it, okay? And, you know, I want to explain a little bit how this works, okay? And we were working on this the other day, and this is a really interesting feature, and I just want to talk a little bit how it works. It is pretty cool in my opinion, okay? And this is why I think the experience that I do have in knowing the AI workflows can be really helpful, okay? So I want to describe what we're doing here. So when somebody uploads let's say you upload a video, right? So you're trying to upload a video to multiple platforms, whether it be, let's say, Instagram, YouTube, right? And you're uploading a short, right? So it's an MP4 video. So you're uploading an MP4. And what we've designed is so that when you upload an MP4, you have a button that you guys saw, this generate with AI button right here that you can click, and it opens this up, and it's going to generate metadata from the video. So when you click this, I'll just kind of show you guys how it works. So it uploads the video, and this goes to it's FFmpeg, and it compresses it, and then it sends that over to Whisper, and Whisper is able to then transcribe the video and generate like a transcript based on what content is actually in the video. And then based off of what it finds in the video, then you can see from this here that it actually generates all the metadata needed to upload for the post, right? So, you know, right now, I don't like the system prompt for it. You know, I think that there should be maybe some, but then you can just click apply so that you have the title, description, and tags for the video, which it's really nice to have, right? So we're gonna take a look at this, and we don't just want this inside of, you know, that there where you're just publishing to YouTube. We also want it here when you're publishing to these different platforms as well, right? Like right here. Make sure that if a user is uploading a video to YouTube, that they also are required to select the category of the video. And I'm going to and this is the problem with my app router now. I don't even know how I need to get familiar with app router so I understand how it works. But let's actually go over here. What we're going to do is we're going to go to that page. So platform tools, publish. If you look at the YouTube publish page, you will see the correct categories. I'm going to use, let's use high fast here. Okay, and then while that's working, we're going to take a look at this functionality. Look at the functionality that we have for being able to generate the metadata for a YouTube video based off of what is uploaded. I can literally just click generate with AI, and then it generates all the metadata respectively. Where is this logic originating from in the API? Tell me. No, it's not gonna, we're not gonna be trying to just do streaming. What about it also gives you a storyline of the video? Oh, I'm pretty sure that you could drop it into like Gemini Flash, because that the Google models can process video, right? So we'll probably move to that eventually, but yeah, I'm a big AWS fan myself. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I'm live pretty much every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. Okay, so I like what you've done with this, but we now need to make it so that we can also use it in the create page here. I think it would be best if, when creating, right now we have this logic where users, they select a brand profile, and then they select a format, and then they select the channels that they want it to go to. And I think it would be best if we made it as simple as possible, so that, for example, let's say that we were posting to YouTube, Instagram, and X, right? So there is different metadata that is going to be required for that. And I'll just give you one example. X has a 270 character limit. YouTube requires a title and a description, and then also gives you the option to do tags as well as a category, and set the visibility of the video. For Instagram, it's just a caption. For TikTok, it's just a caption. For Facebook, it's just a caption. So I want to take an approach that makes it so that it's very user-friendly, where we can combine as many of these fields as possible. But, there are going to be some limitations to that because of for example, the character limit for X is 270. So anytime that there's X, that needs to be its own field, right? Like X caption. But then, for example, we can combine the YouTube description and the Instagram caption and the TikTok caption and the Facebook caption. That way, we can just map these fields when we're publishing to the different respective endpoints, so that we can be reusing the same caption in multiple places. So I need you to think in depth on this and generate a plan on how we could do this. And while you're doing this, I also need you to take into account the fact that we also want to integrate similar functionality so that users are able to generate this metadata with AI, so that if it's a video, it'll go through the transcription system. And even if it's a photo, we should have logic where that photo can be uploaded and the AI model can actually see what's being posted or see the different images that are being posted and be able to create a caption and a title and tags or whatnot based off of what it's seeing. So I need you to generate a plan for this and come up with the best practice approach for this across both the API and the front end page. All right. That is a complex one. All right. So I'm gonna do plan on this. So plan, Gemini 5.1 high fast. I like high fast. You know, this used to be my go-to model for sure. That used to be my go-to model. Also, guys, I know that I said that I was on empty. I was faking it. I am feeling great now. Let's go. Push-up time. Let's get it. Let's go. 50 bomb. 50 bomb. W's in the chat, guys. And now we've got the energy back. Oh, they got questions for me. Oh gosh, they have questions for me. All right, so actually this is I heard that this is new. This is Cursor 2.1. Oh my gosh, they've got multiple choice questions. That's sick. So look at this. It literally says, wait, how can I go to this though? How can I click on this? Oh geez. All right, so for X, Twitter, when using the multi-platform create page, you want a dedicated X caption. Yes. Oh. Huh. That is sick. Do you guys see this? So it literally says, it asks you a question. So it says, for X, when using the multi-platform create page, do you want a dedicated X caption field that users can edit independently with the default value autofilled by truncating the shared caption? Or should X always use an automatically truncated version of the shared caption with no separate field? I want it to have a separate field. And then the second question that it asks is, for video posts on the create page, should the main generative AI action always run through the transcription-based pipeline? Yeah, separate. Yeah, clicking is nice. This is good work. Yeah, I want it to, that's the default. Cool. That is cool. That's new. That's new. All right, so here's the plan. I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I'll be right back, guys. If you haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Let's go. Guys, it's crazy what's possible when you do just kind of like show up. You know what I mean? Like, I had an option today. I was like, I mean, I'm not kidding. I was up for 3 hours in the middle of the night. And you guys know how that is when you're, it's the worst feeling when you're trying to go to sleep and like, you know, hours are just ticking by. You're like, I've been trying to sleep for like the past 2 hours, you know, and it just makes you mad, you know? So I was kind of debating. I was like, man, this is going to be a pretty tough day. I was like, I told chat I was going to be on at 11, got minimal sleep. What am I doing, right? What's Bridge doing? Is he slacking off? Or is he pushing forward? Well, we're 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. I've gotten a ton done, and this is just another one of those concepts of, hey, you got to work on the weekends. You got to show up. Like, today's stream has been very, like, casual. You know, we've been slowly working on, like, the biggest thing that we've accomplished today for sure is this create functionality. If we can get this done, this is like a huge piece of functionality. This that we're building, I actually want to kind of focus solely on this for a minute because, you know, with this here, the reason I'm very interested in this is because when we started today's stream, the creation logic didn't even really work. It did at one point. Instagram, the last time I tried it, was like really messed up and it was failing. The other platforms were working, but when we came into the stream today and we were testing it, we were like, oh shoot, you know, I tried that demo at the start of the stream and it didn't work. So I was like, okay, obviously, you know, if we can come out of today and we can get a demo of me, let's say, connecting my accounts, and we can get a demo of publishing to all the platforms that we can. You know, one thing that we did learn today is that, you know, with X, apparently you can't publish videos through the X V2. I think it's like the V2 API. So there's like a big difference between X V2 and X like V.1.1 or something like that. And with 1.1, you could publish videos through the API, and with V2, you can't apparently, which is weird. Maybe I'll have to look into how we could approach that. We tried to take an approach to that, and what it did is it literally set up like, hey, you'll have V1 credentials, and then you'll have V2 credentials. And I was like, I don't want that. So, you know, I'll look into that off stream, and maybe we end up moving completely to V1, where I think with V1, that's also where you could do forced login. If you guys remember, I think it was from what, yesterday's stream? I think it was yesterday's stream, or maybe the day before, where we were looking at, like, we can't force X login. So we do have an issue. Like, if you guys remember, and I'll just kind of refresh. So if we go to connect socials, you know, we're having an issue with connecting an X account because we're having an issue connecting multiple X accounts. Okay, sorry, chat. Florenzi said, why not GPT 5.1 Codex for planning complex tasks? I mean, I like, Codex can be a little bit slow. So, you know, what I'm trying to do, I think that GPT 5.1 high fast is going to be able to get this done. And it's going to be able to get it done fast. And it looks like it's already done. So let's see where it's at in the build. It looks like it's still working. Continue building. So, you know, the Kenneth said late night work, let's go. Facts No Care says for anyone that has Cursor, apparently their new 2.1 update is buggy and broken right now, so don't update. Could be fixed by now. Saw Theo tweeted about it an hour ago. Theo was, I'm gonna be honest, he was making that up. I'm on 2.1 right now and I'm fine. I've been using 2.1 this whole day. That's why you gotta watch out for these AI influencers. Keep an eye on them. I'm gonna clickbait you. Got a bunch of walking ads all over the place. I'm just kidding. But also not. Victor said, hey man, I'm new here. I wanted to check if you have some tech background because project architecture looks nice. Yeah, so Victor, I do have about 3 years of experience now. Pretty much programming every single day for 3 years. So I did start with, I taught myself on Codecademy, so I transitioned over. Cuphead asked, do I have any specific rules? You using Cursor for your projects that they are more structured? Yeah, so I have like an agents.md file. That's mainly what I use. Cursor rules is good too. Memories is good, but yeah. Let's see here. Yvonne said, how are the other agents going? They're actually all done. We finished them. So thank you for the bugs again, Yvonne. And I will be like rewarding people like Yvonne. Honestly, if you like throw me your, if you have like a crypto wallet or something like that, I'll throw you a couple Bitcoins. Appreciate you for finding the bugs, man. Jory Tech asked, why did I start learning coding in the first place? So yeah, that's actually a good question. So I knew that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. And yeah, it's actually a really good question. I would say I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I knew I wanted to be a founder, and I did have like some programming friends growing up. And what I realized is that, you know, if you want to be a founder and you want to be an entrepreneur, what you're going to realize is that you're going to do a ton of the work yourself. Like for example, let's say that I was just a business guy, right? And, which I am, I'm a business person. So I do, you know, I went to school for finance. So, you know, I have this business perspective, right? But imagine if I was not able to turn my, like, imagine if I had to have a team of software developers to do everything for me, right? Would I have been able to build ViewCreator in the time that we have? Probably not, right? Because as the entrepreneur, as the founder, it's your job to be able to create the product, right? Like, I think that in today's world, hey, if you don't have like a bunch of money in funding, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars to invest, you know, you'll kind of have to rely on like your own skill, right? So let's see if this works. This is what we were working on here. So shared caption, X caption. Oh, wow. Okay, so this actually, we'll see if this is able to get it, guys. I'm going to be very interested to see if this works. So let's go up to, oh, this is going to be really, really interesting. Okay. All right, so anti-gravity's inbox. So what we want to see happen is we want to drag and drop this. And when we click generate with AI, we want it to literally populate, be able to populate all these fields. So we'll see. It's going to transcribe the audio first. Let's see. All right, so we do have the metadata for this, apply to post. Wow. Discover, okay, cool. Did a pretty good job. Couple things I want to change though. You did a great job. There are a couple things I want to change though. When generating with AI, let's remove this modal that pops up on the create page. Let's just make it so that they click the button and it auto-populates the fields respectively. Also, in the back-end endpoint, let's actually integrate logic so that the X caption in the formatting of the X post is clearly formatted to use, you know, X formatting. That means if you look at our X caption generator that we have on in the other parts of the project, you know, we're using Gemini 2.5 Flash, and it creates a really nice styled X post. I want to take the same approach, so figure out how we could do that. Also note that the model that I want to use for generating all this is Gemini 2.5 Flash. And also, would it be possible to add a step to the generation process where we try and find keywords that are associated with the post so that it will go further? Think in depth and create a plan for these updates. Man, guys, we have been cooking today. Data personal efficiency, you're back. Let's go. We've been doing great. I'm re-energized. I've gotten through the lull. Tanae 8438 said, did you redeem the free credits with OpenAI or paying out of pocket for everything used? I'm paying out of pocket. Yeah, Facts No Care said you're right. The guy that works at Cursor said it's only the pre-release build that's bugged out, not the stable branch. Yeah. Oh, cool. All right, so this is really cool. So guys, this is the first look that you're getting to see of a new feature inside of Cursor 2.1, and it's this right here. So it actually asks you questions, and instead of having you write text, they literally create multiple choice questions for you to select from. So when you say remove the this modal that pops up on the page, do you mean just the AI setting modal for create with AI tone prompts, or do you also want to remove the transcription dialog used by the transcription dialog. Ooh, I don't even understand what that means. Hold up. Maybe I can give it an example. Oh, create. Okay, it is the create with AI. Oh, and then generate with AI. Oh, I see what it means. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, we want to remove both. We're going to remove both. All right. That's really cool. Yeah, we're almost at 8K, guys. That's crazy. We literally just hit 7,900. Man, thank you guys for all the support. Yeah, we're at 7,940, so we're probably going to hit 8,000 tomorrow. So make sure you guys show up tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be action-packed. We're going to be hitting 8K. We're going to be... I don't know if the verifications are, like, if you can get verified on the weekends. That would be amazing. Imagine we got verified on TikTok and Meta. I would be, like, going crazy if that happens. Sori said, wait, Matt, why don't you get Cursor Student Plan, which gives you, like, 1 free year of Cursor? They don't give the 1 free year of Cursor to people that are on the Ultra plan using $600 a month credits. They give the Cursor plan to people that are using, like, $20 a month. The best AI agent in Cursor, it, like, you know, that, like, depends, right? I mean, hold on here. All right, I think this is... Okay, so, you know, that depends. So when people ask, like, what's the best AI agent, this is building, so I'll actually kind of, like, write a little bit on the board a little bit and kind of share my thinking with you guys, all right? So, you know... There's like 2 layers to this, okay? So you have like best vibe coding tool. So like I'm just gonna write vibe coding tool. So like here, I would do like number 1 is Cursor, number 2 is probably Codex, CLI in my opinion, or just Codex in general. Number 3, Claude Code, and then honestly like those are just the top 3. And then in terms of like actual best model, that's a different story. So like vibe coding tool goes Cursor, Codex, and then Claude Code. And then actual best models right now, this is like a weird question, okay? When people ask like what's the best model, there is no model, like there is no case where you should just be using a singular model in your workflow. And that's why I like Cursor so much, is because they do such a great job that every time the model comes out, you know, you immediately have the new model, right? It's in the API, it's in Cursor, right? So with Cursor, like for example, UI now should 100%, if you're doing UI, you should be using Gemini 3. Like, Gemini 3 Pro, you should be using, this is a UI model. You should be using that for your UI. Now, backend database logic, backend database, you know, I would say that that's kind of split. I would say that GPT-5 Codex is good. Opus is good. Opus 4.1. It's expensive though. Sonnet 4.5 is good. But like you need to know the cost of everything. Like this model right here, you're talking about like $1.25 per million on the input, and then what is it, $10 per million on the output. Whereas with Opus, you're talking like, what is it, like $30 on input and then $75 on output. So you need to know how much these models cost. You need to know what they're good at. And then there's also models like Composer 1, which is the model that's native to Cursor, which is just an incredible speed, and it can solve like most of your like small issues, okay? So like the point that I'm making with this is that there is no like one best model. You really need to understand what these models are. You need to understand what they're the best at. You need to understand what tools are the best. You know, I saw even somebody today was like, Cursor was so, you know, July 2025. Yeah, no, that's incorrect. Cursor is the best vibe coding tool, you know, on the market right now, in my opinion. And a lot of people have different workflows, but from my perspective, definitely a powerful tool. Yeah, Victor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Victor said, I like that you share your experience working with models. It's very interesting. I cannot say the same about Theo or other influencers because it looks like they're all sponsored. Yeah, they're all sponsored. And they're all just about money, money, money. And that's not why I got into this. I got into this because I wanted to share the mission. As you guys know, if I was not streaming right now, I would be doing this right now. So why not stream it, you know? And I think that hopefully is what makes me a little bit unique, you know, because ultimately I think that building a vibe coding community, you know, ultimately will be useful down the road for everyone involved, right? I think that having a place where, you know, we actually start almost like not just a community but a movement, you know, a movement. I think that starting communities is cool. Starting movements is even cooler, and starting a movement where people actually start to see that, like right now, people are like, you know, F vibe coding, you know, vibe code, AI slop, all this garbage, right? And they'll come in, they'll hate on me in the comments, and I can take it because I don't care, right? Because I know the true purpose of it, I know the value of it. And it is my opinion that in less than 5 years, nobody will be writing any code. I mean, like somebody said in chat today, like, what about the nuclear fusion people that are, you know, writing in Fortran or whatever? And yeah, there's probably a point there, but also, you know, think about it. ChatGPT came out in 2022. It's 2025, so it's been 3 years. You guys know the trajectory that things have taken in 3 years. What do you think another 5 years is going to do? Do you really think that people are going to be manually programming at all? I'm not even kidding. A single line? Do you think people are going to be programming a single line as a developer? No, you're not going to be programming anything. Everything's going to be written by AI. Everything's going to be reviewed by AI. And if you don't get good at it now, you're going to fall behind. That's just how it is. That's my perspective on it. You know, you can disagree with that, but I think it's pretty hard when you see, you know, what's being accomplished, right? In the rate of change that everything has had. It's just unbelievable. Cuphead said, really appreciate it. Yeah, man, got you. I mean, all that I ask that you guys do is just be engaged in the community, you know. For all the time that I pour into this and pour into you guys and try my best, you know, the thing that I ask is that you just be an engaged member of the community, because, you know, I will say this, it makes me very, very happy, like, to see all of you guys supporting and engaging with one another in the Discord, right? You know, I think that that's just amazing. So the more that you guys do that, I just, you know, that's how you guys can, you know, I don't ask for you guys' money. What I do ask is that you just be engaged members of the community, that you help others, that when other people have questions, that you be supportive of them, that you don't be an ass, that you be, I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying, but it's like, hey, that's all I ask, right? I'm not taking any sponsorships. There's no subscriptions in the Discord. There's none of that. And, you know, all that I ask is that you guys give back to the community in the same way that I'm giving, you know, my time and pouring my time in here, right? Because I'll be the leader of the community, and I'll pour my time, and I'll show up every day to make sure that this community keeps moving forward. And all that I ask is that you guys, you know, stay engaged, be supportive of one another, be kind to one another. And yeah, I think that, what's the Discord? The Bridgemind Discord, it's pinned to the chat, and it's also in the description down below. We have an event tomorrow. For those of you that may or may not know, we have our project sharing event tomorrow. So what is this X expression expected here? Fix this. I'm still getting this error. Okay, Victor said, even if we'll not write code, we still have to do critical thinking. There's always a need to have people who think. Oh, 100%. Yeah. There'll be, you know, we'll be the creatives behind everything that happens, right? Like, imagine this. Imagine this. It would literally not be possible. It would be impossible for me to create ViewCreator without AI. So, you know, you have this technology that has literally made it go from something that was impossible to possible. And I think that that is just so incredible. And and I'll relate it to this, okay? When I was a sophomore in college, I had a book that I was reading. I'm sure that, you know, there's 102 people watching, so I'm sure that other people have read this book as well. Outliers. And there was this interesting concept in Outliers where the author, Malcolm Gladwell, was talking about how Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and who else? It was maybe one other person, but Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, they're obviously the figureheads of the personal computing revolution, or like the computer revolution, let's say, right? And it made a very interesting point. It said they have something in common. Like all these people from the computer revolution, they have the personal computing revolution, whatever it's called, they have something in common. And what they have in common is this fact that they were born at a specific time. And this is actually so interesting. I want to talk about this a little bit more before we test this next feature. So what they have in common is that they were born, it was like in between like 1960 and 1965, right? And it listed out all these like successful people like Bill Gates or like Steve Jobs. And it was like, they all have this in common, that they were born in this 5-year period where when this technology was like really catching on, they were in between like the ages of like 20 and 25, where they were able to actually like catch the technology. Like let's say that you're 12 years old, right? A 12-year-old is not going to be able to take advantage of the AI revolution as much as I am, because I'm 23 and, you know, I have the ability to do a bunch of stuff just because of my age, right? But a 12-year-old wouldn't be able to do that, right? So it made this point of, hey, you know, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, what they had in common is that they were both born in this like period of time where they were the correct age to be able to harness, you know, and take advantage of this revolutionary technology, right? That was like the main point. And where they were able to go all in at it at an age where they were able to like, I don't even know what to be, like just at the perfect age. And that has a huge factor. Okay, let's see what this, okay. But, you know, I do think that that's just a very, very interesting concept, because right now, and where I'm going with that is right now, we are in this window, right? We're in this window right now where ChatGPT is only 3 years old. Like, I just believe in it so much because I've seen how it's evolved. I've seen how it's adapted. And, yeah, I'm a huge believer in it. Ali said technology is moving fast, and at the end of the day, we must adapt to what's becoming the next big thing. Just like when computers showed up, people are lying to themselves sometimes. Yeah. Yep. What's going on here? It looks like that was like kind of the same format. The X post was still truncated and not formatted correctly. Why is this the case? Review the logic and fix this. The X caption should be generated with a different system prompt and be formatted correctly for X, for example, with the correct number of characters, with the correct formatting for X, all these different things that are very important. Review in depth and update the code respectively. So yeah, I do think that it is my belief that we are in this in that period. So I think that what caused me to see this is I feel like I've gotten lucky because I am at the age where I'm able to take full advantage of it, right? So why would I not take full advantage of it, right? Why would I not? And why would you not, right? And there's all sorts of arguments that can be made against whether AI is a bubble, whether it's not. And kind of the approach that I take is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it is. It doesn't matter if it's not. It's obviously going to change the world. And if you don't, I mean, there's just so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We also have a Discord community. And the community is like one of the fastest and most authentic and engaged vibe coding communities on the internet. So if you haven't already joined that, I would definitely recommend that you do so. We're only 5 members away from 900 members in the Discord community, guys. If you guys, there's 102 people watching, and I am certain that 5 of you have not joined the Discord. So if that's you, Guys, let's break 900 members. Come on. Big shout out to recently joined members Brid, FaCrypto, Josquin123. Guys, we are 5 members away. 5 members away. We can do it. There is a link in the description to the Discord as well as pinned in the chat. Let's go. So let's actually see. So that is a cool feature. It's not quite there yet. I think we can get it there. One thing that I do want to check is, are we actually there yet with, can we publish to all these 3? Yeah, it's pinned. I know we can do it, guys. We've got 111 people watching. We're only 5 members away. Let's go. Shout out to Restocker. Oh, we're only 2 members away, guys. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Hey, let's go. All right, shout out to Jay, Uglin, Restocker. We're 2 members away, guys. 2 away. Let's go. All right, so that's pretty cool. So you can generate all this with AI now. Yeah, Cuphead, it is pinned to the chat, but I will drop in another link to the Discord. It's in the description as well. I'll drop another link in, though. All right, I feel like definitely the system prompt for this could be better. Identify the system prompt that's being used for generating these captions and this metadata and output it in a README. All right, guys. Oh, guys, we are 1 member away from 900. We are 1 away, guys. 1 away. 1 away. That's crazy. 1 member away. If you guys have not joined the BridgeMind Discord, we are 1 member away from 900 members. If you join right now, you're going to be the 900th member. Shout out to Sneck. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. I'm like refreshing. Hey, we did it. We did it, guys. 900. 901. Let's go. Hey, thank you so much, guys. That's amazing. Welcome. First of all, welcome to the community. We just got a raid alert. Unusual activity. Unusual join activity. We just hit 900 members. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I think Codex is down right now, by the way. But yeah, thank you, guys. That's amazing. Let's go. Nick's side, you can look in the description down below, but ViewCreator is an all-in-one platform where users are able to manage all of their different social media accounts, and there's a bunch of AI features that are built on top of this platform that make it way easier for content creators, brands, social media marketing managers to actually manage a bunch of different social media accounts from one place. So it's great for marketing on social media and growing your social media platforms. Full screen and motivation music. All right, hold up. Ronald said, thank you for motivating me to start working on my projects. You know it, Ronald. Thank you for motivating me, man. It goes both ways. You know, that's why it's a community, right? And that's really what it's all about, right? I mean, I will say that because of the live streams, I serve as the leader of the community, but that's what it is, right? It is a community. So, you play a part in that just as much as I do, in my opinion. So I appreciate you for, being engaged. Like I said, being an active member, being engaged, You know, those are things that you guys can do to give back, because I think that if we all stick together, if we all, you know, help each other out, you know, we'll be able to spur on the vibe coding revolution. Okay, so let's now, you know, get the system prompts in a README. Shree said full screen and motivation music. Motivation music. Well, you know what we'll do? We're gonna do that for tomorrow when we hit 8,000 subs, because guys, we're at 7,956 subscribers. So that means that tomorrow we are gonna hit 8,000. I hope that we hit it on stream. Yeah, we'll probably hit it on stream tomorrow. So. One way that I find that the system prompts need to be improved is that there needs to be part or something in the prompt that makes certain that it doesn't sound like AI. For example, when I'm reading some of this back, it sounds very wordy and it's using big words. Like, make sure it's clear and concise. And also, would it be possible to search, you know, it should be able to render in the transcript and be able to generate a keyword optimized captions, because keywords are so critical and so important. So it should be able to take in that transcript and be able to create keywords naturally found in the transcript. So think in depth and then actually go about improving the system prompts so that we can actually improve this. You should search the web and identify best practices for this before updating the system prompts accordingly. Yeah, Ivani, yep. 900 Discord members, 8,000 on YouTube tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. Oh, the big message? Oh, I'm sorry. Shri, I totally missed that one. Shri said, can you tell your mindset and motivate me and the boys here what your mindset when you said yourself, I go all in, what you've done, your mindset, why you're doing this? Yeah, so I mean, I've talked about it on the channel before, right? But yeah, I mean, if I had to put it into like very simple, right? Like sometimes I'll be way more full of energy, but if I had to really think about it and answer your question, like what is it at the end of the day? I think that when you wake up in the morning, it feels pretty nice to be able to wake up and know that you have a purpose and a mission for that day, right? And I think that there was a time where, you know, I'm certain that a lot of people go through it where you don't have that thing that is your mission that you're working towards. You know, it's like people play a ton of video games, right? But I'm sure that you've heard this before, but it's like, hey, at the end of the day, like life is somewhat of a video game, and you got to ask yourself, like, what's your quest? What's your mission? And like, I'll just share it. Like, I wake up every single day just totally motivated and driven for this mission, right? So, you know, I wake up every day and I'm just so energized and excited to get after it and to make progress towards my goals and towards my mission and towards my vision. And the incredible thing is that we now have the tools and technology. It's like what I was saying a minute ago about, you know, a couple years ago, this would literally be impossible. This would literally be impossible. For me to build ViewCreator in like 2 months would literally be impossible. So, you know, when you have something like that, you guys need to wake up. If you haven't already woken up, wake up and look around you, because we're living in a time where not everybody is clued in yet on this new gold rush, right? And yes, you know, a lot of people talk about AI. I think they have the wrong view of it. And people don't really understand yet what it's going to turn into. Heck, I don't even know what it's going to turn into. But one thing I know for a fact is that right now we're living in a time where literally we're able to accomplish things that would be impossible. And we're able to do it with a singular person in 2 months and make it possible. You know, so why are you not waking up every day with that outliers mindset of knowing that right now we're in the time period where this is all possible, right? And it's just absolutely incredible. And it's insane. So let's try this again. Let's generate with AI. We did try and improve the system prompt. DJ Slag said, are people able to invite like collaborators to their accounts so they can manage like planned posts or something similar? Yeah, that's going to be accessible for the business plan. I haven't integrated that logic, but that won't be very difficult. Yeah, that'll be pretty straightforward. All right, let's see if this works. And then we're going to do a demo video. Grindus said, oh, Nixod said, is there a demo of this app so we can see how it works? I'm making more demos. There is a ViewCreator channel. I think it's in the description below. Let me see. Yeah, I guess there's a website. There's a website. There is also a ViewCreator YouTube channel that you can find. Man, this takes a little bit longer though now. Must be because of the new system prompt, yeah? We'll see if it's able to do it. Grind said, I had a question. How do you avoid time consuming, like even with high tailored prompts to the AI, it still has errors and takes more time to fix those errors. So how do you avoid it? I'm like a huge build, iterate. So instead of like really taking a lot of time to write the prompts, I just like build really, really fast and I iterate really, really fast. That's kind of like my style. Everybody has a different style, I think. So depending on like, you know, your personal style, I think it's different for everybody. But one thing that why is this taking so long? Is there an issue? What's going on here? We may have made the system prompt like super large or something like that. I think we should probably roll that back to what it was before. Yeah, let's go here. So I just rolled it back because we may have made a mistake there. All right, so bridge mine this, boom, 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 continue. Let's see this. So it should be able to generate this within like 10 seconds max, you know? There we go. That's pretty good. Oh, wow. That is a lot better. Wow. It did the X caption correctly. So that actually nailed it, guys. That nailed it. Wow. W's in the chat. That's perfect. Wow. Now the question is, when I publish this, is it actually going to publish it? Here's our rocket. We have to delete that rocket. Oh my gosh. Lift off. I mean, that is kind of sick, but I mean, that's doing too much. All right, so now we get redirected over to the publish page. And here's the new publish page. So you can see that Facebook is publishing. You're able to actually go. Guys, we got a ton done today. That's crazy. Wow. Job not found yet. Okay, so this one's publishing. Facebook publisher. Oh, is it publishing twice there? We need to take a look at that. $4.29. Okay, hold up here. I don't really have a video on my setup. I probably knew, you know, things are getting bigger around here. And, you know, I do need to start doing a better job of, you know, creating, you know, helping people out and whatnot. Okay, so just now, so here's what we just did. Dive into, you know, we just posted this to Facebook from ViewCreator. So let's see here. There's like, I think the Facebook is like frozen up or something. So we fixed this on the, we had the same issue with Instagram, right? So maybe we can go back. Because do you guys see how this published and it's still saying publishing? I'll tell you what, I do not like that. Review this in depth and notice how it's still saying publishing for the Facebook job in the publishing page, but note that this already did publish, as you can see from the screenshot. Also, maybe we can check Instagram and see, did that publish on Instagram? There's just a lot that we need to look at here. Instagram. Okay, so it did not publish on Instagram yet. Yeah, so it did publish. If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Cuphead said, how many hours do you work a day? I pretty much just work all the time. You know, my days are structured around what the mission is and what we're doing. But streaming-wise, I try and do about 3 to 4 hours. Yeah. Garcia asked, how do you sponsor your apps? What do you mean sponsor? Like, how do I market, or how do I finance the business? What do you mean? If you notice, you'll see that there were 2 Facebook jobs that were created. There's just an issue somewhere. Review the logic associated with this and identify where this issue is coming from. Also, why is it that we can't spur up multiple post jobs at once? Like, if you look at this, what you'll notice is we should be able to not have to do just one job at a time. Like, you should be able to, as soon as you click publish, you should be able to start kicking off those jobs all at once. For example, posting on Instagram or posting on YouTube should not be dependent on whether one of the Facebook jobs is publishing or not. It should be able to do multiple at once. So review the logic in depth for this and identify how we can, number one, fix the Facebook job as it failed. Even though it posted, it's still saying publishing. Review in complete depth and analyze what's going on. How do I market? So the approach that we're taking to marketing is that we're doing demo videos and then we're splitting those up into short clips. But one thing I will say is that, and I've mentioned this as well, but you know, we're not really trying to push revenue right now because we're waiting on verification from Meta and TikTok. As soon as we get that working, and we are also working on, like right now, for example, we're working on the job system. As you can see, we've made a ton of progress today on it. As soon as we get this working, it'd be great. But you can see that, like, it's like just stuck here. It's like, for example, this one. We made a lot of progress. So it did post this, but it made like 2 of them. Job not found yet. Give it a few seconds to refresh. And then these got queued. So just a lot of issues here. The guy said, I have a full-time job, but I work from home, so I can work on my SaaS like 6 to 10 hours a day. Man, just want to be my full-time. That's my goal. Let's go, Gatto. If you keep at it, it will be. 100%. I mean, shoot, guys, at this pace, we could hit 8K today if I keep streaming. I mean, we're only 39 subs away. That's crazy. Cuphead asked a good question. He asked, how did you get your idea for the app or other projects? Do you just come up with these from scratch? So I will say, yeah, Instagram verification is still in process, Giovanni. You know, the way that I came up with the idea for ViewCreator is that I saw the need for it out of my own work, right? So one thing that's very hard and very important to do, I would say that one of the most important ways to market a business today is on social media. So if you can figure out a way to have multiple accounts and figure out a way to easily scale, to easily publish from one centralized place, to be able to use AI to enhance your scheduling process, to be able to schedule out posts, to be able to create captions that are filled with keywords with AI, to be able to connect them all, you know, it's like a command center for social media growth. That's really what it is. And I came up with this idea because I saw the need for it myself. And instead of like I could have Opus Clip, I could have Hootsuite, I could have Claude, I could have all these platforms, right? I could have Noda. Like, there's all these tools that I was using as a content creator. And what I've decided to do is, because I have a need for it, I'm building a platform that I know I'm going to be using. And I think that if you have something that you believe in, it makes it a lot easier to be able to actually market it and sell it because you believe in it, right? So if I believe in it, if I'm using it over Hootsuite, if I'm using it over Noda, if I'm using it over Opus Clip, when we build more features, I just think that that's a very, very dangerous thing to have, right? Dangerous in the sense of like powerful, of like, okay, like you're going to have a pretty capable product at that point when you're using this platform over all those other, tools that you were using, right? So, that's the ultimate goal. I'm excited to accomplish it. Hassan said, advice for a fresh grad who just enters the industry. Like if you're at this stage, start from scratch. What advice do you have for all those who are new in the industry? I would just say start vibe coding. I would start vibe coding, man. I would start using AI in all of your workflows. And right now, it's almost like looked down upon, but that is going to shift like hardcore. I don't know when it's going to shift, but eventually you'll have people that are just looking to hire vibe coders or to hire people that are just incredibly good with AI, right? And those are going to be the most productive people. So I would just recommend, getting really good with AI. Yeah, Gato. Yep. All right, guys. We have been going for close to 4 hours and 30 minutes, and I have not eaten, so I kind of want to grab some food. So I'm going to polish this up on my end and create a demo video off stream and get that published tonight. But I'm probably going to wrap up the stream here just so I can get some food. But yeah, I mean, keep it up, guys. We hit 900 members on the Discord today. Keep working, keep grinding. I know I will. I may even be back on live later tonight, depending on if I feel like streaming or not. I definitely will be working, so I'll let you guys know in the Discord. But if you have not already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so and join the Discord. With that being said, I will see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow, just depending on